Well, again, everybody, we are just about ready. Can you all hear that at the gate? We got new speakers, boys, just for that. How about that? I'm excited. We had them for Ranch Rodeo. Now John Tom can hear. He's a little hard hearing. All right, everybody, we are set, we are locked, and we are loaded. Welcome, everyone, as we are going to get underway here with show bill number 1. It is going to be the junior barrel racing. We're going to be dragging 5 on the ground, and every 50. Let's go to Sarah Morton, going to be draw 1 to 14. Judges are set, we are ready. Gentlemen, Jeff Damphouse, you're going to be second out. Amanda Slaughter, you're going to be third. Cassie Morton and Dolly Scott. That's going to be 1 through 5. Now getting 5 on the ground. Here we go. Houston, Texas. We are underway.
Let's give these young people a round of applause. They're leaving the west side of the arena. They've worked hard, and they deserve to hear from you.
That is going to be 24, 5 and 94 on the run. All right, we're going to go to draw 2. It is going to be Mia Amor is the name of this horse. Going to be back number 200, Jeff Damphouse out of Jones, Oklahoma. Thanks for being ready, everybody. Doing a great job getting us started here this morning. Amanda, be ready. Hey, looky here. Come on, Jeff. Going to be 17, 0, and 48 here. All right. Let's go to draw 3 now. Number 283, going to be Smooth and Frosted. Let's go to La Costa, Texas. This horse owned by Kelly Winkler and ridden by Amanda Slaughter. All right, it's going to be draw 3. Cassie Morton, be ready. Hey, looky here. Come on, Buttermilk. Oh, get around. Here we go. Draw 4, Cassie. All right, nice little run right there. That's going to be 16, 6, 5, 7 on the run. 16, 6, and 57. We're going to drag into TJ, drag into as we're going to draw 4. Going to be Cassie Morton next to go. This is going to be back number 207. Here is Scootin' in the Dark. Draw 5, Dolly Scott. You are going to be on deck.
The east end, some of our Santa Gertrudis exhibitors are exiting the arena. Let's give them a
one.
round of applause for all their hard
around,
work to
into
get to
the
this point. We're so proud of these young people.
Gonna drag in one. That's going to be 15,693 Houston. We have a new lead change here. 15,693. Let's go to draw 5. We're going to drag after this run. Dally Scott. Draws 6 through 11. Be ready. 6 through 11. Oh, look at this cowgirl. Get it on right here. Come on. Oh, I mean, blowing in the wind. Look at the fringe. 17,429 going to be drag time. 17,429 for Dolly Scott. CCC, he's Sailor Bug.
Over
Kenny, do you have a radio down there? Kenny
on the
Hall, do you
east
have a radio?
side, heads up, loose heifer.
All right, folks. Now draw number 5. Draw number 5, CCC. He's Sailor Bug, Dally Scott. That is going to be no time. You must enter the arena with your hat on. It cannot be coming off in the alleyway. It must, when you cross the gate, you must have your hat on. All right, let's go draw 6 through 11 now. Barrel racers, draw 7 will be a scratch. Draw 7 will be a scratch. So we're going to go 6 through 11. 6 through 11. Let's go to draw 6, 187 Nudie Beach, and Laura Avery out of Anderson, Texas. All right, to Laura, then Janet Stanton. You're going to be on deck, Janet, at draw 8. Jacqueline Garcia. You're 3 away, Jacqueline Garcia. Oh, looky here, we got us a new game in town. Come on, Laura Avery on Nudie Beach. Oh, get it on, cowgirl. 15,938. That's going to go unofficially to the number 2 right now. 15,938. here. Let's go to draw number 7, Carson Daniels. Call 1. Carson Daniels, call 2. Carson Daniels, call 3. Scratch, draw 7, 1201. VR Eddie's on fire. Scratch, 1201. Let's go to draw 8, 285. Make Vegas great again. Going to be Janet Stanton out of Bastrop, Texas. Draw 9, Jacqueline Garcia. Haleen Hargrave, be ready. Kill it. Oh, you bet you come a hook and counter on the big bay here. Make Vegas great again. Well, I guess if you won a lot of money, it would be great. We're riding this pony right here. Get it on. 15,505. There is your new leader by 1/100th of a second. 15,505. 15,505. Draw 9 going to be Jacqueline Garcia. You're up, Jacqueline.
Let's give some of these other Santa Gertrudis exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the arena. Well done. Way to stay hooked in.
Not yet.
Well, what a great way to start our morning here in our Great Brahman show, and lots of quality. Had to sort out a group of great kids that did an awesome job, and I think there's some trade-off in these cattle here at the front end, and I'll kind of tell you what I see. I think the young ladies heifer I'm going to lead off with probably had some most genuine shape and depth of rib and power out of her hip of our top trio, and still puts it together in a good package. She probably carries a little more underline than I prefer, and I'd certainly, that is one thing that played into consideration, and just tidying that up under there. But I think as we study her compared to the heifer in second, more in through her chest floor and just comes out with more body and mass and does a nice job presenting this heifer. Young man's heifer I like very well. Long-bodied, has some performance, she's well-balanced. She just maybe gets a little tighter in her forerib and her heart and comes back in through there comparatively to the heifer that leads off. But a nice pair of heifers here on the top end. Young lady in third doing a great job out here showing. This heifer here, when I study her from behind, I just don't see that outward shape of rib and body mass that I see in those pair in front of her. I love her depth of body. I love her length. I think really a competitive heifer. Heifer in fourth, I like standing still. As we put her in motion, she wants to labor out of her front end a little bit. But I like her type and kind when she's parked. This young lady does a great job getting her set up. Extension up front, length, and squareness. I just wish she reached and flexed better out of her front shoulder and down to the ground. Heifer that comes in next, just a little bit, gives up a little bit in terms of performance to our top 4 heifers, just a little greener at this stage of the game. But as we go on and she catches up, I think certainly can be a contender in this class. Next heifer in class, another one that just gets a little more upright in her shoulder blade, maybe pushes a little more out of her front end, but still a high-quality heifer with a lot of look and balance. Young man's heifer coming next. Similar deal, a little choppier in her movement. Go ahead and let her walk on out, young man. But still balances up. We just like to see her reach and flex a little better. Heifer here gives up some pounds and performance and muscle to the heifers right in her heart girth in there behind her shoulder. We just like to open her up. And we move on down here. A young man's heifer coming next. Another nice high quality heifer. Gets out and travels well, just maybe not as much of that heifer. And another 3 heifers. Excellent group of exhibitors. Let's give them all a nice round of applause here as they exit the ring.
I like it.
Cody, thank you so much. Our results for our Class 1 in the Great Brahman Show were as follows. In 12th place, entry number 1670, Ariana Patterson. In 11th place, entry 1431, Ginley McCullum, Pewitt FFA. 10th place is entry number 1229, Colby Conkin, Wharton County 4-H. In 9th place, entry number 2169, Wyatt Tappan, Athens FFA. 8th place is entry number 1797, Kinley Rue, Karnes County 4-H. 7th place is entry 1234, Barrett Coring, Washington County 4-H. And in 6th place is entry number 858, Abby Grimes, Chester FFA. 5th place is entry number 244, Bella Bridges, Henderson County 4-H. And in 4th place is entry number 1262, Beth Lambert, Tankerton FFA. 3rd place is entry number 775, Paisley Gently, East Chambers FFA. And 2nd place is entry number 471, Stratton Crow, Tidehaven FFA. And in 1st place, entry number 1652, Madison Parker, Hardin FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the ring now, Class 2, Great Brahman, early spring heifers.
TJ, direct time. Drag time, 15-5 flat. Wendy Klein taking over number 1.
When we get to number 13.
All right, now the next up, I'm going to be draws 12 through 16. All right, it is going to be draws 12 through 16. Now, folks, when we finish a class, we're going to give our judges just a moment to get their cards signed, and then we will move right on into that next class regardless of the drags. We will continue the 5 on the ground wherever that falls. We are ready? It's going to be draw 12, Roy Vickery on T.O. Drunk Driving, number 279 out of Santa Fe, Texas. Grace Edelston, you're on deck. Lance Graves and Meredith Robelski. Again, everybody, thanks for getting checked in with our committee down at the table. Thanks for the rollovers. You all are doing fantastic this morning. I love it. Thank you all. All right. Come on, Yeller. Going to be 279. And Roy Vickery, you are going to be 17, 4, and 66. 17, 4, 66. Draw 13, Grace Edelson. Now this is going to be a carryover. Carryover to youth, 14 to 18. A carryover. Youth 14 to 18. Draw 17 in that class. This is going to be draw 13, Grace Edelson. Number 268, Firewater to Fame. Lance Graves and Meredith Robleski. Carry over, Miss Sharon. Oh, you bet. Come on, little Bucky. 15, 5 flat. What we're running at. 15, 5 flat. She's running at it. Ooh, 15, 6. 85, good run. 15, 6, 85. Going to go to about number 4 in the go around. Now, again, that is a carry over, 14 to 18. Here's going to be the $1 Million Man. 219, don't miss this guy, owned by Brenda Reswig.
Good morning again, and it's a pleasure to be with you as we start our Santa Gertrudis show. And I apologize if it took a little longer on these bigger classes and we get figured out how the best way to evaluate them is. But you got to remember, us northerners from central Iowa, I don't see 37 Santa Gertrudises every day in my backyard. So I want to make sure I take time to really get a good evaluation, get a good look at these cattle, not only on the stand, but on the go, and to give the kids the time in the ring that they deserve. So a fun group of cattle to work through when you get the opportunity to look at them as they get out and travel and move. And so this is what I end up with. Oh, there he is. Where did my class winner go? She's been a handful for him for sure, and that's too bad because I think when this heifer probably behaves and allows him to do what he needs to get done, I think this is a pretty good kind of a female. I think she's very complete in the things that I'm going to be looking for, and it's going to be similar to yesterday. I like good-looking ones, so I'm going to look for cattle that have got maybe a notch more look to them, but they've got to come with a pretty good running gear underneath them on the ground. And I think that one, for me, that's the first two things that I noticed about that one when she came in. I think she balances and blends extremely well. I think she's a very high quality heifer from every aspect. I like how she's made through her hip. I think she's clean in the places she needs to be clean. She's good in her joints. I just wish she'd get her attitude figured out because I think she could look even better if the young man could get done what he needs to. I think a really nice place to be here in second. I think this is a real smooth-made heifer, and I think she probably has an advantage in that in terms of how clean she is in her joints and smooth in her shoulder, just smoother in her makeup, I think, than the young lady we have standing in third. When you ask this one to get out and go, I think she's good and comfortable at the ground. She takes a nice step. She's got a big foot. I think that's a real nice place to fit into second hole. For this one, I certainly would like to make her just a notch cleaner up through her front end, but I like the design of this heifer. I think when you look down this heifer's top and how she ties in from the top of her shoulder, behind that, out through a beautiful hip and tail head, really, really square in her rib design, and I think that's maybe her best attribute is how well made she is in terms of rib shape, squareness, levelness of underline. But when I put this one on the go, she wants to get just a tick shorter in her step, just a little choppier, and then, like I say, she adds just a notch more leather up front than the two standing directly above her. This heifer here in fourth, I think she's a long-made, smooth-made kind of female. I think she's really got some good structure to her, and I just think she just gives up maybe a little balance compared to the two heifers that start the class, in that I'd probably drop her in her rear flank just a little bit, but I think that's a pretty good moving one, really smooth-made, long-made from the side. This, again, is a nicely designed kind of female. A little smaller in her makeup, a little shorter bodied, but I think this one represents some real mass and dimension, and I like the extra thickness and stoutness and ruggedness of construction that she has. But with that, she gives up just a notch of prettiness through her front end, but a good kind of female. I think this one is pretty similar, and I liked this one when she came in, and the young man certainly does a great job in terms of presenting on this one. She just gets a little lighter in her bone work, maybe not as stout featured as some of the heifers above her, but certainly a good kind. Young lady coming with the heifer here in the yellow shirt. I think this one is really good through her front 1/3, and she's extremely attractive when she through her front end. But she, too, every once in a while wants to kind of get up on her pastures and just not release, not have the extra substance and ease as I'd like to see when she gets out and travels. And so then as we move through the class, like I say, these cattle made the cut because I thought they were structurally right. They're not all perfect, and there's some minor differences, but that's what's going to make you for the first cut in these big classes, is they got to be able to get out and move how I need them to. They got to have a little extra look. These just maybe don't take it quite to the higher degree as the top end of the class does.
Thank you, Deb. First place in this class goes to James Carlo from Hooks FFA. Second place, Chloe Gordon from Alpha and FFA. Third place is Casey Lennon from Alba Golden FFA. Fourth place is Kyla Goff from Brazos Wood FFA. Fifth place is Fiona Joseph from Liberty FFA. Sixth place is J.C. Carpenter, Van Zandt County 4-H. Seventh place, Cameron Phillips from Normandy FFA. Eighth place, Baylor Kimbrough from Shelby County 4-H. Ninth place is Dakota Castaneda from Foster FFA. And in 10th, Tatum Robinson from Trenton FFA. In addition, we'd like to thank our Class 1 winner, belt buckle sponsor, Wonderlick Farms, Dr. Terry and Nancy Wonderlick out of Brenham, Texas.
Be ready for the first 4 horses. All right, we are ready, gentlemen. I will read you those results on the next drag. All right, we're going to go to Class 2 Amateur Bell Racing. Going to be J.R. Burns, Amber Jones, and Sarah Morton. This is going to be draw 0 now. Going to be draw 0. We had an ad at the front. GJB. Ain't she cool? Victoria, Texas. Looky here. Hey, hey, hey. Ain't she cool? Yeah, nice turn on 1 and 2. Oh, good job holding her out on that third turn. Nice run. 15-4 flat for J.R. Burns in the money again. 15-4 flat as we are underway in the amateur barrel racing. All right, draw 1's going to be Amber Jones, Sarah Morton, and then Jacqueline Garcia. Again, everyone, this morning, thank you all. Man, we're rolling. Love it. Doing a fantastic job. All right, Chilla on the rocks. College Station. Oh, it's up. It's up. You're good. Oh, you are going to stop the clock in a 17-1-1-4. 17-1-1-4 as we're going to check our barrel. We will drag in two. Going to be Sarah Morton.
Another awesome class over here on our gray side. The heifer I'm going to use to start off for me is a heifer that probably just kind of outpowers everything in this class. I think just like her from her shoulders back into that forerib, back into her flank. And really when you watch this female walk around the ring, that's where I think she could just run laps around the class and get out and go. And I like her structure and the way she is at the ground. Young man gets her set up. Certainly a nice balanced look with some extension. I think just a really nice place to lead off. Young lady's heifer in second. I like her type and kind, the way she does. She's an excellent showman, gets her heifer presented out here. Another heifer that follows in structure and quality, just maybe not quite the mass that we see in the female that's going to lead off our class. The one that comes in here in third, I like that heifer. Maybe just a little more elevated in relation to body depth there, but I think really a good-looking, high-quality Brahman female here that offers a lot of good for this young lady. So I think she slots in here in the 3-hole very nicely. Heifer coming in next just gets a little more vertical in her shoulder as we walk these last 4. Just maybe change her just a nickel how she moves out of her front shoulder there, but still. A nice, balanced, good-looking kind of a female to fall into that 4th spot. Heifer here comes next. Another one of those, if I could change her structure just a bit, how she moves out of her front shoulder and down at the ground, but still square-topped, a lot of shape. We get into another heifer here, gets a little shorter bodied, a little quicker and more conventional in her kind, and maybe just lengthen her out and stretch her out. Similar goes for here. Just a little more jammed up, just kind of spread her out. Get a heifer here that probably gets on the upper edge of size for me. Just thinking about how big she might be when it's all said and done. It's like to tone her down just a bit to probably blend in with the rest of the class, but undeniably a powerful female. We get in here, the young man's heifer coming next in line. One that probably gets just a little weaker in there behind her shoulder blade and out of her hip. Maybe just slope her back just a touch in her shoulder, but still a nice female there. We get into one here. Maybe gets a little more off in her rump than I prefer.
Heads up.
But still an excellent class of females. So let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause here as they go out of the ring.
Our results for class number 2 in the Gray Brahman Show are as follows. In 11th place, entry number 573, Addison Downey, Kendon FFA. In 10th place, entry number 1326, Liley Locke, East Bernard FFA. In 9th place is entry number 1014, Jacob Hoffmeister, Redwater FFA. And in 8th place, entry number 181, Blaine Black, Teague FFA. 7th place is entry number 1475, Landon Melton, Longview FFA. 6th place is entry number 2036, Braden Smith, Henderson County 4-H. 5th place is entry number 1995, Haley Shirley, Winsboro FFA. 4th place goes to entry number 71, Meredith Ashley, Anahuac FFA. 3rd place is entry number 2014, Laney Siska, Sealy FFA. And 2nd place goes to entry number 79, Kendall Austin, Union Hill FFA. 1st place goes to entry number 1226, Emily Kloss, Belleville FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the ring now, Class 3, late winter heifer calves.
That is going to be 208, Cassie Morton on Flamin' on my scooter. Hold up at the gate. Let me get these read. And now your top 5. In 5th place with a 15,938, Laura Avery, Nudie Beach. In 4th is going to be Cassie Morton and Scootin' in the Dark, 15,693. Placing 3rd with a 15,684, Grace Edelston, Firewater to Flame. 2nd with a 15,05 is Janet Stanton, Make Vegas Great Again. And your champion with a 15.5 flat, Wendy Klein, C for Streaking Ohio. We are ready. All right, thank you. Now we are going to have a carryover on this horse. Going to be senior draw 73. Judges, senior draw 73. Carry over this horse. Hank Special Catch. Delina Hamilton. Going to be 15,574. That was a good call. 15,574. And Talina carrying over. Draw 73 senior. All right, we're going to go now to draw number 5. Daisy Vanderpool on CPR Heaven's Gun. Brooke Morgan. Be ready. Followed by Emma Burke. No. 16,533 on that run. 16,533 for draw 5 plus 5 on that. It's going to be 21,533. 21. All right, let's go to draw 6. Going to be Brooke Morgan and Miss Patty Diamond now. Emma Burke and then Cassie Morton. All right, second call. It is going to be Brooke Morgan, 237, third call. 237, Brooke Morgan, scratch. Draw 6. Judges, 237, Miss Patty Diamond. We're going to scratch. Draw number 6. Let's go to Emma Burke. All right, going to be a carryover to senior draw 40. Senior draw number 40. This will be a carryover 228. Senior draw 40.
Once again, a nice big class here in your Santa Gertrudis show. And like I said, I'm going to take all the time I need to get the looks that I want to get. And, you know, some of these cattle just aren't acting the best. And so I want to give the exhibitors a chance to kind of get them put together. And then I want to make sure, like I say, that I've gotten all the views that I want to see in order to make the best evaluations for you that I can, because you guys deserve this. She put a tremendous amount of work into it. And if it takes us just a little longer to get through these big classes, so be it. But I think in this particular class, it was fun to sort on these top four, and I think there's some differences. And so I'm not going to argue with you if you decide to change things a little bit, because I'll be honest, young lady standing in second was at the top of this class for a long time. But as I said, when I got those extra looks and those extra views and really started to study this female I start with, I think she just comes with quite a bit more rib shape and power and dimension than the heifer that we stand in, the good-looking heifer that we stand in second hole. This one is really big and bold. How she's made is she comes out the backside of her shoulder and through her center body and rear rib. She's got a big hip in her, and then where she's really big made is at the ground. That's a big old foot. That's a big old bone circumference, and she handles it extremely well as she gets out and goes around the ring. Now, I don't think she's quite as pretty and neat and clean as the heifer we stand in second, but I think that's a big burly one that's sound, stout, strong. She's your class winner today. As I said, the young lady here in second, this is the one I had in the top hole for a long time, and she was one of the first ones that came in, and so she grabbed my attention. I think that one really puts a cool look on the side profile, and that she's really good in her hips, she's good in her tail head, she's long in her side. She just gives up so much body compared to the heifer that I start with. In the end, I felt like that's what I needed to do. I also don't think she's quite as big and soft in her foot is the heifer that leads out in the class, but I think that one I feel real comfortable with, and I really like the design that she has. The third place heifer is made a little bit more like the first one in terms of her rib shape, and that she's big bodied, she's bold through the center portion of her rib. This heifer's just carrying too much condition for me. I'd like to lean her up and freshen her up, and I really think that would be to her advantage. But she handles her running gear pretty good. Like I say, she's big-bodied and she's powerful from behind. I just like to freshen her up through her front end and through her whole body composition. This one here looks a little bit more like the one that we had in second hole. She too just gives up a little bit of rib shape compared to the one directly above her. I don't think she handles her wheels quite as softly and nicely, but that is a smooth-made, good-fronted, smooth-shouldered, long-bodied one. I like that one a great deal. This one comes in, again, with a little more rib shape, a little more squareness at her hip, maybe not quite the attractiveness up through the front one-third of her body, but I think one that's sure solid enough from a structure standpoint and a design standpoint. That's how she finds herself there. The next one is a good-looking kind of heifer. She just gets a little more upright on her pasture, and she's just not as soft and comfortable as she goes, and that's just going to sort a lot of things for me here today. But that one's an exceptionally good-looking one. If they can keep her running a little bit softer and sounder, she's going to be very competitive. Here's a big, high-volume, high-producing kind of female, but she's just a little coarser how she's made all the way through. She comes at us with just a little bit more shoulders. She comes back with just a little more drop off her hip, but there's, again, a long-bodied, high-performing one. So as we work on down through the class, as I say, I don't think maybe these cattle were quite as good at the ground as the ones we start with, or maybe they give up just a little bit of look or rib shape and power. But again, a nice class, particularly at the top end.
Thank you so much, Deb. First place is Rihanna Villanueva from Brazoria County 4-H. Second place, Adeline Joe Bronkowski from Franklin FFA. Third place is Allie Kimbrough from Shelby County 4-H. Fourth place, Haley Herbert from Hempstead FFA. Fifth place is Angel Alanis from Pasadena FFA. Sixth place, Abigail Mitchell from Red River County 4-H. Seventh place is Jordan Trant from Iola FFA. Eighth place is Helen Mount from Manville FFA. Ninth place, Cale Cornelius from Timpson FFA. And in 10th place, Ty Pennington. Our Class 2 winner belt buckle sponsor is JTP Cattle Company, John and Tara Phillips from Normandy, Texas. We thank them.
Third. We got a 4 flat, a 5-7.
Over here on our gray side, young lady's heifer going to lead off. I like her pretty well. I think that heifer balances up nice. I mean, young lady's a good showman, so she can get her heifer parked and put together and present her out here in this class, and that helps. But it's always easy when they're good, too. And the way she comes up out of her front end and comes back down her top line and blends in there. And then I like her as you study her. Comes good out of her chest floor into her flank, and you stand in behind her and has some shape and boldness to her rib, and she can get out and travel. So a nice place to lead off. Ever in second, I like that lower rib shape that she offers. You can really see it there. Probably what gets her into second over these next pair of heifers, her body and mass. Just probably not the overall length and balance of the one that's going to lead off our class. Young man, another excellent showman coming here next. His heifer maybe just plays out just a little bit compared to the pair in front of him. And as we look at her from a balance perspective and get right in behind her, but still good cattle, sound structured, long strided. You know, same for this heifer. I love her length up into her front end, down her top. Probably for me, she kind of just shallows all the way back from her chest floor into her rear rib and flank. I just like to revert that down just a little softer back through there. Young lady gets a little quicker heifer here, a little more conventional, a little shorter couple compared to the ones that precede her, but still a good showman that gets her balanced and ready. Got a bigger heifer here, but she does a little higher in that hip bone and then wants to drop off from hooks to pins a little more, but still gets out and travels well. Young lady here is a tough one. She's hung on all day, and she's going to get her out the gate, and I commend her for that. The heifer's just being difficult, but you like that body and stoutness that heifer offers. Get in here, young man. I like your heifer, just a little small in this class, gives up a little too much in terms of performance. Got a bigger framed heifer, just want to see more three-dimensional body shape with her. And then young lady's heifer going to round out, just soften her up, give her a little deeper bodied look from the side. But an excellent group of kids out here. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
63, 18, 163. As we get it up.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 3 are as follows. In 10th place, entry 1763, Carly Priscilla, Hemphill FFA. In 9th place, entry number 539, Pacer DePine, Victoria County 4-H. In 8th place, entry number 1916, Brock Sartwell, Falls City FFA. 7th place is entry number 2093, Morven Stanko, Rio Hondo FFA. 6th place is entry number 2028, Slade Smathers, Llano County 4-H. 5th place is entry number 1214, Leon Kirchner, William County 4-H. 4th place is entry 1113, Asley Johnson, Brady FFA. And 3rd place is entry 1773, Carson Rabb, Brock FFA. 2nd place is entry 400, Reese Colway, East Bernard FFA. And in 1st place, entry 2439, Bailey Wooten, Santa Fe FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors, coming in the ring on the west side, class 4.
Well, Tim, just keep that.
Loose heifer on the Santa Gertrudis side.
We need to reset one, Tim. We need to reset one. Barrel setters, reset one, please. Right here. All right, let's go to door 13 now. This is going to be JM, Shining Misty Lou, Karen Legume, out of Normandy, Texas. Hey, come a hooking.
Attention, we've got a loose Santa Gertrudis over in the gray Brahman. Let's go ahead and get those gates closed, please.
It's going to be 20.573, including 5, 20.573. As we get it up 14 now, we are going to drag after this run, TJ. We're going to drag after this run. Mary Jackson draws 15 through 19. You're on the next drag, please. 15 through 19. All right, 16 through 20. You're going to be on the next drag now. 16 through 20. You will be on the next drag.
We have a loose Santa Gertrudis
drag,
over on the east
Going
side.
to be drag. I'll get on Sarley. 15,956 here. 15,956 now. All right, everybody, now draw 15. The next horse will be a scratch. We'll give them a 3 call and scratch. Draw 15, 236. Ridiculous. So draw 16 through 20. Be ready. Tylena, you're going to be first. So again, everybody, we got 3 runs in the 15s right now. A 4 flat, 574, and an 832. All right.
As I said, I just enjoy hearing that kind of response, not to reinforce what I maybe did, but to know that there's young people that have those kind of people that are supporting them through this project, because that's what it takes. Because I know not one of these exhibitors got here on their own. And then at the same time, you know, moms and dads and those kinds of things. You got to thank these kids for doing their part by putting the time in. They could do a lot of other things besides being here today. And so that's just great. Hey, feel free, okay? As long as we don't have any booze, that's what I like to hear. That's awesome. Hey, a really nice class here at the top end, and that's too bad for the young man whose heifer chose not to participate like she needed to today, because that heifer was really competitive, and she could have been up here in the top end of these top 4 or 5 cattle pretty easily, and so I don't have any doubt. I don't think it's because that young man didn't do his homework. I think that heifer just chose that today wasn't the day she was going to be his best friend. So a good pair of heifers here on the top end, and this is one of those you can swap around in your mind a little bit, in that they're a little bit similar to the 2 heifers I had in the last class, in that I've got one that's just a notch better looking, that handles herself good at the ground, and I've got one who is just super stout in her features, big in her bone, big in her body, but just maybe not quite as good looking as the one that chooses to win the class. So I don't have a problem if somebody thinks, hey, maybe we need to swap these two, because in my mind I probably did that back and forth for a while. But then you have to go back to what hit you hard when they came into the ring. And for me, it was the young man here standing in first as he led that heifer in. And I'm working really hard when these cattle come in to get that first impression. And this one gave me an awfully good one. I think she's good at the ground, and like I say, she attracted my attention because of her good look and her design. I think that's all really good, but I will not deny that she gives up some power and substance and maybe ruggedness of feature to this heifer standing in second. Nice win, young man. And like I say, young lady, the things I love about your heifer are her bigness of features, her bigness of a rib, her bigness of bone, humongous foot on this one. And she's really comfortable when she gets out and go. You did a nice job. You worked your way to that second hole on your own. You earned it. And this heifer, perfect.
Tough luck there.
This young man, too, I think has got a really nice heifer that just really is complete. I think she doesn't maybe take the good look to quite the degree of our class winner, but yet it's good enough. She doesn't take the rib shape quite to the degree as the heifer we had in second hole, but it's sure good enough. And so that's where she finds herself coming into the top end of this class. A nice competitive heifer. Heifer I'd like to level out in her hip just a little bit, probably freshen her up in her throat just a notch as well. Here comes a nice kind of middle-of-the-road kind of female, a little shorter body than maybe the cattle on either side. But I think this one, from a design standpoint, too, is pretty good. I think she's smooth in her shoulder. I like the way she comes out in her forerib right behind her shoulder, and that she's robust, and she's got some dimension. She's really neat and clean through her underline, and I like that about her. Like I say, maybe just needed to extend her just a little bit to go ahead and get above those kind of heifers. A good functional kind of female here as well, maybe a little bit bigger in her outline. She just starts to get a little finer in her features. She's not as big in her foot. She's not as big in her bone. She doesn't hold her top line quite as strong as those directly ahead of her. Young lady coming next, a good long body, really powerful heifer. This is one of the thicker dimensioned heifers in the class, but with that comes a little extra shoulder. I'd like to smooth her up from that perspective. Just gets a little too bold for me, but we like the extra dimension that she comes with behind. Here comes one that gets just a little off balance, a little shorter made, a little heavier through her front end. Heifer that comes next. Actually, these next heifers, they start just way out in the class in terms of how they handle their rear too. They get up on their pastures, or they don't take that nice long soft step that I need to see. Good class, fun class to evaluate there on that top end.
Want to put a for sale sign on that little pony right there.
Thank you, Deb. First place in this class goes to Jackson Priddle from Rusk County 4-H. Second place, Caitlin Torres from Friendswood FFA. Third place, Davis Brewer from Kingwood FFA. Fourth place, Brady Gouldsby from Alvarado FFA. Fifth place, Amber Pavlock from East Bernard FFA. Sixth place, Adelie Grindstaff from Lake Creek FFA. Seventh place, Cullen Kutak from Flatonia FFA. Eighth place is Mabry from Pasadena FFA. Ninth place, Barrett Martin from Aledo FFA. And in 10th place, Peyton Holland from Chisholm, and rounding out that class, Carson Dodson, Quinlan FFA.
Back over here on our gray side, really interesting class. I think some give and take and trade off. The heifer I chose to start with ultimately is the power heifer in the group, right in behind her shoulder and through her center body and out. You really, her advantage is as you study her from behind. The width down her top and out of her hip, stands down on a big bone and foot. Just a powerful female to lead off this class. Young lady in second, my hat's off to you. This heifer fought you and fought you and fought you. She made a circle and she said, I will get her set. And I love that determination. You get one shot in the ring at Houston, and she gave it all she had. And I do like that heifer. She is good looking when she can get her set. Right there, when that heifer wants to cooperate, she gives you a good look from the side. As the longer I studied them and went around and got the opportunity just to analyze her, maybe just not that shape I see from behind. But young lady, my hat's off to you. You're a darn good showman. I love that determination and ability to stay after it. Heifer that comes in next in line, just probably similar to the two in front of her, just not that kind of look and quality about her, but still deep, soggy, has some rib shape, look like she's going to be an easy fleshing kind of a cow. Like that about her. Sound, gets out and travels, just not that extra balance and show ring look that we get in that pair at the front of the class. Heifer that comes in next, she gets a little choppier in her stride when we ask her to go. Get her to reach and flex and get out and travel a little looser. Heifer probably get her up just a nickel higher in this deal. Like her shape and her kind. Heifer that comes next, young lady doing a good job. Bulky made, big-bodied, thick heifer. Gets a little plainer, a little quicker in her kind. Similar here, young man's heifer wants to kind of get up in her hip and off in her top and just kind of set her in there just a little bit better. And similar goes here, young man's heifer. Just a little plainer in her overall balance and design. And then we get a heifer that rounds out our class. Just needs more muscle and shape. But an excellent group of kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for Class 4 are as follows. In 8th place, entry 667, Blasey Fentner, Lumberton FFA. In 7th place, entry number 349, Jacob Cassidy, Navarro FFA. In 6th place, entry number 2129, Joe Strack V, Wharton County 4-H. In 5th place, entry number 1981, Preston Shelley, East Bernard FFA. 4th place is entry 2292, Lily Voigt, Kendall County 4-H. 3rd place is entry number 2337, Peyton Willie, Boskerville FFA. And in 2nd place, it's entry 1708, Gracie Petit, Leon County 4-H. And in 1st place, entry number 85, Case Baca, Bowling FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming to the ring now is our champion and reserve champion, Heifer Calf Drive.
And thank you. Thank you, Linda Jones. Thank you. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Gonna be no time. Gonna be no time. Miss London, gonna be no time, Sharon. All right, now we're gonna get a draw 23. This is gonna be a carryover to senior 42. A carryover senior draw 42. 24 is Julie Ann Ardone. Be ready. Julie Ann, you're going to be on deck. Karen LaHune, 25. Now, again, everyone, looking at a big drag at around draws 10 or 11 in the seniors, somewhere right there. You get that, TJ? Around 10 or 11. Oh, we are going to be 15, 821. 15, 821 on the run. Now that is a carryover to senior draw 42. Senior draw 42.
Well, awesome first division here in our Gray Show. Just these females are bringing back out here, and I just love the quality from our youngest class all the way to our older one. Females, as we see them, they can get out and travel. They got some look and balance. They got enough brood cow in them to go on and be functional. I think a really unique set of females. But join me and give these young exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go out here and select your division champion.
It's going to be a 21-083. 21-083, including a nickel. So we're going to go to dog 25, 26. We're going to Dragon 2. TJ, Dragon 2.
Thank you. Is it on off? Okay.
All right, that's going to be draw 25. You're 16, 7 and 96. 16, 7 and 96.
Out of class number 4, your grand champion heifer calf goes to Case Baca from Bowling FFA. Moving into contention for reserve is Grace Petty.
Last horse, everyone, in the amateurs, and it will be a drag. It's going to be our last horse for the amateur and will be a drag. So draw number 1. Seniors 1 through 5. Seniors 1 through 5. Oh, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on. Going to be 15-5. 47 going to be drag time. 15-5 and 47. That's going to go to number 3 in the go around. We got a 15-2-2-3, a 4 flat, and a 5-4-7. Setting 1, 2, 3. Now, folks, that is going to be your last horse in the amateur. So we will come out of this drag. As of right now, the big drag will follow draw 10. Draw 10 will be the big drag.
Also out of class number 4, Grace Petty, Leon County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors. Next class up in the arena will be class number 7, late fall junior heifers.
Okay, so that side's done, so now we can, he's going to start placing his now.
But he's not going to talk now.
No, he's not going to talk now. He done his friends. So now we're on this side, and she's about to dismiss, I'm sure, in a little bit. She's already placed from the bottom of.
Sorry, I got too busy looking at
I
you.
know, that's okay.
And it was like, I get
It's
it.
hard. I think we need to have, sometimes I think we need to have 2 microphone girls when we have a split arena.
Yeah.
Have one on each side. So we all help her whenever she's another, you know, gets really gets for the champion. Well, or just period. One watch this judge, one watch that judge. If you want to sit out there, you can, or you can stay back here and just follow her.
Also in Class 3, our belt buckle sponsor was CF Cattle Company, Curdy and Kathy Fox and family of Brenham, Texas. We appreciate them.
Right, everyone, we are ready for the senior barrels. Senior barrels. Now, as of right now, the big drag will come after 10. If we have no scratches from 1 to 10, that's where the big drag will be. Let's go to draw 1. Here's going to be 245, Camilla LeBlanc, Strutting Honors Money, Twyla LaBeouf, Carson Daniels, Charlotte Overton, and Tiffany Saunier is going to be your first 5. That's going to be 17,902 on that run for Camilla. 17,902.
Again, as we work through these classes, I find cattle at the top that are very pleasing to me from the combination of things that I'm looking for. But I'll be honest, I think it was this one about 4 steps into the ring. She kind of completed her mission for the day and found her way to the top of the class for me. I think that one really does a nice job of look, structure, some mass and body, and just does it in a really, really nice, feminine, smooth package. I think that one surfaced pretty quickly for me. The heifer here in second, I really like this one, and man, I think she could give that one up in first to run for her money, but she just doesn't want to come off her front end as good. She gets just a little straighter in the angle of her shoulder, and so when you ask her to move, it's just quite a bit more tentative and just not as, and she just doesn't glide with her front end like the heifer there in first. But here is a 3-dimensional kind of female in terms of muscle shape and dimension, rib, cleanness of underline, cleanness of neck. I like all those things. I just need her to get out and travel off her front end just a little bit smoother and more agile for me. The next young lady coming in, I'll admit, like I say, she's got a little more up through the front 1/3 than I generally would like to grab hold of, but this one finds her way up to the top end of the class because I think at the ground she proves she needs to be there, in that she handles it pretty well and that she takes a nice long soft stride in her step. I think she's good in her design. She's tremendously big in her body shape. I like that, the way that one moves off her front end really well. Like I say, for me, she just gives up a little bit of that pattern through the front 1/3. And I understand that for some people, they probably go ahead and maybe move her up a couple notches, and I get it. This dark red here, wavy kind of haired one, again, just a nice, complete kind of heifer that I think is good enough to be here, in that she found her way up to the top of the class initially because of structure. I think she's got a nice size foot on her. She's good in her bone. She's clean in her joints. She gives up just a little bit of rib shape and power compared to the females directly above her. This heifer here gets a little bigger in her outline. She just doesn't handle her top line very well. You can see she starts to get a little weak as she goes. She gets a little higher in her hip. Maybe just doesn't balance up from the side quite as nicely because of that. This is the young lady that I initially pulled in, and then I needed to change my mind. I'll be honest, I didn't get a good look at her on the side. She wasn't set up very well, and boy, she just gave up all her balance. But as I pulled her to the wall, I thought, no, that one's good enough at the ground. She needs to stay out here just a little bit longer. So I pulled her back in line. So that just tells you, young people, I know this is a big show, so you don't have a long time. But you've got to get these cattle nailed right from the get-go, because if you get a bad look, unfortunately, sometimes you get pulled a little earlier than you should. But I think that one is sound enough. She needed to get a second chance. This is an extremely long-bodied female here. Man, she is just super long from the tip of her nose to her tail. Nicely designed in terms of smoothness and straightness of top, levelness of hip. She just gets a little shallower in her rib shape. She doesn't have that nice sweep to her bottom. She could use just a notch more bone down in my estimation. So as we work through the rest of the cattle, kind of the same scenario as it's been all day. They maybe either didn't hit me as good from a structural standpoint, or they maybe gave up a little too much body for me to feel that they could work up any higher in class.
All right, everybody, it's going to be draws 7 through 11. Now, if all 5 are here.
First place is Jenna Schaefer from Magnolia FFA. Second place is Lauren Hanna from Decatur FFA. Third place is Avery Tabola from Tomball FFA. Fourth place is Caitlin Esseri from Chisholm FFA. Fifth place, Chesney Robinson from Ector FFA. Sixth place is Mackenzie Roy from Hooks FFA. Seventh place is Danielle Garrett from Miller Grove FFA. Eighth place is Rebecca Brown from George Rangich FFA. Ninth place is Gunnar Van Zant from Frankston FFA. 10th place, James Woodard from Alto FFA. And rounding out the class in 11th, Lindley Thrower from Montgomery. Congratulations to them. Our Class 4 winner, belt buckle sponsor, is Excel Santa Gertrudis, Todd Ross Hyde from Houston, Texas. We appreciate them.
All right, everybody. All right, showing you the results in the amateur with a 15-2-2-3. Congratulations to King's Gone and Done It and Sydney Highland. Second with a 15-4 flat, J.R. Burns, GJB, ain't that cool. Placing third is going to be J.R. Burns on GJB, Suave Dulce, 15-5-4-7. In fourth place with a 15-5-7-4. That's Talina Hamilton on Hank's Special Catch, placing fifth. With a 15-6-1-0, Talina Hamilton, Famous Frenchie. In sixth place, Living on a Prayer, Talina Hamilton, 15-8-2-1. It's the Talina Hamilton Amateur Barrel Race. In seventh place, with a 15-8-3-2, Cassie Morton, Flamin' on My Scooter. Eighth place with a 15-9 flat, Cassie Morton, Shooting in the Dark. And ninth place with a 15-9-5-6, Mary Cook Jackson. Mary Jackson, Memorial Smart 14. Congratulations, everyone. Well, again, don't forget to come down and pick up your prizes. They're going to be by the gate in the alleyway right there by the hospitality booth, the information booth. So that's where you're going to get your prizes, everybody. Don't forget to pick them up. I know a lot of you get out of here and forget to get them each year. So don't forget to get your prizes. All right, it is going to be draws 7 through 11. Now, folks, all 5 horses are here. We will have a big drag on the next drag will be the big drag. All right, Jordan Lovell, Lance Graves, and Emily Askew. We are ready. Draw number 7, 668. Sweetie, be quick. Again, everybody, thank you, Bell Racers. Doing a fantastic job being ready. I love it. Thank you. Oh, looky here. Come on. She is sparkly. It is Jordan Sparkly Lovell. Hey, good turn. Come on, cowgirl. I'm going to be 15-8-86. Jordan Lovell. You go, girl. Looking all Gucci today. That's going to draw 8 now. It's going to be Stetson Ray on by Deanne Thelen. Going to be Lance Graves. Emily Askew and Aubrey Wagner. Be ready. Number 220, Stetson Ray. Draw 8. Lance, you're going to be 15,544. 15,544. Okay, now listen, everybody. The horse previous, Jordan Lovell, 668. Sweetie, be quick. That is a carryover. That was a carryover to 13 and under, draw 10. 13 and under, draw number 10. 668. Sweetie, be quick is a carryover. And this is going to be a carryover to the 14 to 18. Draw 9. Going to be carrying over to 14 to 18. Going to be draw 30. Draw 30. 14 to 18 carryover. All right. Here's going to be Emily Askew. Miefling and Diamonds. Draw 9. All right, we're going to go to 12 now. Going to go to 12. Going to be 15, 5, 2, 1. Carry over. 14 to 18. Number 30. That is a carryover. We're going to go first call now. First call for draw 10, 266. Second call. Third call. We're going to scratch. Draw 10.
This calf class in the
draw
Santa
10.
Gertrudis division, certainly an interesting class here. This would be a fun class in a judging contest. Not that I think it's very placeable, but it'd sure be fun to sit in the reasons room and listen to the young people talk through this and see if they can see all the differences and where they put their priorities. All right, I know right now that young man's priority is get this over with. But he's hung in there all day long. I give him credit. So as we look through these cattle, I mean, that young man won that class because that heifer has a really nice presence to her when she gets out here. I really like how she's made through the front 1/3 of her body. I think she lays in extremely nice in her shoulder. She's long in her makeup. You know, when she gets out here compared to one or two other heifers in the class, maybe she's not pushing off of those rear two quite as easily, you know, but maybe that's just because she's fighting him so bad. So that's hard because you can't really get the look on the go of this one that you want. But when he gets her stopped and set up like that, you have to appreciate the attractiveness she has. Young lady in second, she's got one of them that's a little different design heifer in terms of she's not the pretty one through her front end, but here's the one that's really salty in terms of rib shape and dimension and bigness of body and ruggedness. And I love the foot on this one. I love the bone structure. No doubt for me, I'd like to clean her up through the lower 1/3, through her underline and through her front end, you know, and that's the only thing that, you know, I have any personal preference on with this one. I'd really like to change that, but I appreciate there's so much good in that one from a functionality standpoint. She's certainly a contender. The absolute attractive, neat, good-looking one, long-fronted, long-topped, and really nice the appearance she has of this young man out of the 3rd class. When he gets her set and he gets her head pulled up like that, she comes up out of the top of her shoulder into her neck and crest really nice. I think there's one that's got a great head shape to her. She's very pretty and attractive from that standpoint. As she gets out here in this drive, you know, maybe I'd like to see her pull her 2 rear wheels just a little bit different. She's not just as comfortable as I thought maybe she was in class, and so I'd like to change that about her, but at the same time, there's so much good in that one. I think she can be a breed changer from the standpoint of the things that she brings to the table, so that's certainly one in contention as well. Young lady here with the dark cherry red one, she's similar in design to the young lady that wins the 2nd class in that maybe we don't have quite that attractiveness through the front 1/3, but I think she's good in her ribs, she's good in her hips, she's good in her bone work in her foot. I like all those things. When you get around behind this one, this is the one that gives up the most muscle dimension of any heifer out here in the drive, and I'd certainly like to make her just a notch bolder when I get around behind her, but we have to give that young lady credit for bringing an awfully nice one to the drive. So I don't know if I've convinced myself on what the right thing to do is or what the thing to do is, but I've listened to myself talk long enough. I'm going to take one more look at him and go ahead and get you a champion calf in your Santa Gertrudis show.
Surprised her a little bit. And folks, she just turned in the fastest run of the morning so far.
All right, and our champion is Rihanna Villanueva from Brazoria County 4-H. Moving into contention, Adeline Joe Brokowski. And our reserve is Jackson Purtle. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Back over here on our gray side, really a good class of cattle. Young lady here at the front end, man, the emotions that she let loose there, that's what it's all about. When you get excited because you win your class, man, it even got me choked up just a little bit. See how happy that young lady is. So, but that heifer there is good looking. I like the way she balances up from the side. Just to see that heifer come together and the way she puts herself out on the move and lots of body. Just really a high quality heifer there, and the young lady does a nice job getting her shown. Young lady here in second, I love the body shape and kind of your heifer, the way she has that outward rib shape and the muscle. Just maybe not quite the balance and eye appeal the heifer that's going to lead off the class, but certainly really a sound, functional, good doing kind of a heifer to come in there in second. Heifer that comes in here in third, just a big stout powerhouse kind of a female, lots of muscle and mass and dimension. Maybe just doesn't balance up, quite get out and go quite as well as the pair in front of her, but love her body and her build and the kind that she has. This heifer next, as long as a well rope from nose to tail. Probably gets just a little flatter underneath for me, just kind of caves in. Just give her a little more of that three-dimensional shape like the heifers that precede her in the lineup. Same here for this young man's heifer. That is a long neck, good-looking female. Just a little shallow-bodied for me. Just soften her up there, just a nickel, move her up. But I like her kind. I like her balance. I like the pieces that she has. Probably a fun one to get to show and go on and take on down the road. Another bulky maid heifer here, lots of muscle and body. I like that about her. Just maybe doesn't quite get out and travel like the other heifers in front of her. Wants to push her head down just a touch. Just maybe doesn't come together as well there. Young heifer coming out here next in line for this young man. Just a deep-bodied, easy-doing kind of heifer. Maybe see her reach and stride just a little better. And another set of heifers. Excellent exhibitors here. We just get some structure and body differences down here at the bottom. But let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Oh, thank you so much. Our results for class number 7 are as follows. In 13th place, entry number 1182, Landon Kent Crockett, FFA Crockett. In 12th place, entry number 56, Sterling Andrews, Llano County 4-H. 11th place is entry 2372, Jackson Wise, Gillespie County 4-H. And in 10th place is entry number 1215, TJ Kitchener, Williamson County 4-H. 9th place is entry number 1241, Callie Kreft, Brazoria County 4-H, and in 8th place is entry number 2242, Peyton Tullis, Deer Park FFA. 7th place is entry number 877, Samuel Guevara, Sheldon FFA, and 6th place is entry number 1478, Weston Menard, Buna FFA. 5th place goes to entry number 1159, JTK, New Caney FFA, New Caney. 4th place is entry number 538, Leighton DePine, Victoria County 4-H. And 3rd place is entry number 2012, Ryan Simpson, Rio Hondo FFA. 2nd place is entry 2168, Reese Tampin, Athens FFA. And 1st place, entry 2274, Hemi Vasquez, Hooks FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the ring now, Class 8.
All right, everybody, we are just about ready. Looks like our quarter horse committee is setting our barrels. You know, folks, it takes about 34,000 volunteers right here. And since 1932, $575 million to the youth of Texas. That is what the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is all about. And you, our customers, thank you for coming and being a part of it. Thank you to all of our committees, our equipment committee. Tim and his crew, boy, they had a huge change over the last 3 days, ranch rodeo, sorting. The chuck wagon committee, Mr. O'Sullivan and his crew upstairs giving us good grub. You know, it was kind of like a feed bunk back there. You know, I think the rate of gain is about 2.6 pounds per day. There'd be a lot of feed yards that would like to have the rate of gain that our chuck wagon committee puts on us.
Close decision here in my top pair. For me, I think there's the big difference there is the one that wins the class is just on the outer limits of maybe being a notch big for me personally. So, you know, for some, they may want to grab a hold of one that's got that growth curve to them, but she's just a little bit big for me. But at the same time, she's the one that as she came into the ring, I thought when I watched her walk into line, I thought she was one that was most desirable in terms of a step. She reaches up with the back foot and plants it right by that front foot when she gets on the go. When you look at her from the side, from her shoulder back, that's a really nice design on one, and that she comes with a lot of rib shape and a lot of dimension. I really like how level and long she is through the hip. I think she's just a longer made kind of heifer than the young lady standing in second hole. I say if I could just tone her down just a little bit, I think she probably wins this class for me easy. But we appreciate that she does bring dimension with that kind of frame size, and she brings a good solid foot at the ground. I think this one, too, in second hole is awfully complete. When you look at her from the side, I think her parts fit together, you know, in the way that she's made. She gets just a little coarser in her shoulder, probably so, than the heifer that wins. And I also think she's just a notch coarser in her joints, maybe in the, particularly on her hocks, than the heifer that leads out right ahead of her. But I do like the look, the design, the moderation that this one has. That's a pretty nice female young lady. And here again, we get between two heifers. I think I went with the one that I think is smoother in her design, longer in her body makeup, just cleaner in the way she's made through her front 1/3 and through her underline. So that's just a little more attractive to me. So that's why she finds herself in third hole. I will certainly give the advantage of depth of body and capacity and maybe rear flank to the young lady standing there in fourth hole, but she just isn't as nicely made through her shoulder. She's not as nicely made out through her hip, so I just went with design over body and dimension. Young lady here, again, I like the moderation that this heifer has. I like the balance that she has. And I don't know if she's just got a sore foot or if she's made that way, but she just can't get off that back non-show side hock. And she's just really labored as she goes, and it's stiff. And so she just needs to be getting out here and walking quite a bit easier for me to get her up any higher. If she did, as I say, I like the moderation in that one. I like the rib shape and the balance that she has. This one gets to be a little longer sided, but gets a little tighter in his rib. I'd like to see more softness and depth of body, a little finer also in the bone work. Next heifer, a little bit the same way, pretty green in her condition, probably to her advantage, could maybe use just a notch more condition, but she too gets a little tighter made in her rib for me. This is just a shorter made one that just shows too much through her front 1/3. Next young lady coming, I'd like to change the hip design on that one, balance her up just a little bit, as is the case with the young man that's going to finish the class. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Thank you, Deb. First place is Charlie Grogain from Eustis FFA. Second place, Olivia Southland from Blooming Grove FFA. Third place, Celia Trevino from BF Terry FFA. Fourth place, Gracie Smith, Waller County 4-H. Fifth place in this class, Macy Alexander, Winsboro FFA. Sixth place, is Connor Brantley from Iola FFA. 7th place is Micah Galvan from Ridgepoint FFA. 8th place, Liliana
All
Hunt
right, well,
from
we're gonna
Frisco
go to draw
Heritage
18, Haley Walker,
FFA.
and then Kendall
9th
King.
place,
We will
Bailey
drag
Edwards Sims
into
FFA.
TJ
And in
drag
10th, rounding it out,
into-
Ryder Ellison Winsboro FFA. Congratulations to them. Also, our buckle sponsor
Haley
for Class
Walker
7
on
is Hurricane
Justice
Cattle
Poco
Company.
Dude.
Paul,
Draw
Molly, Hannah, and
18.
Kyle Burrow from
Draw
Weatherford,
19,
Texas.
Kendall
Thank you.
Kane. Be ready.
I've got some.
15-8-1-6 here on Haley Walker. 15-8-60. Draw 19 now. We will drag after this run. Watered Down Crown. I love it. Watered Down Crown. Going to be Kendall Kane out of Dayton, Texas. Now after the drag, we're going to go 20. What draw? Oh, tough luck here. Well, folks, is going to be tough luck on that run. Going to be drag time. No time. TJ, we will drag, buddy.
Yeah, that's my husband. He does. He's over here on the road, but he does tattoos and he does the gates and clipboard.
All right, going to be drag time. Now, folks, listen up, bell racers. Draw 20 and 22 are scratches. I'll give them 3 calls. So 21 down to 26, you're going to be on the next drag. All right, folks, listen up. Draw 20. Draw 20, number 247, Katie Blanton, first call. Second call, Katie Blanton. Third call, Katie Blanton, draw 20. We will scratch draw 20, number 247. We're going to go to draw 21, Trina Taggart on Sparks Playboy, number 192. Harley Foley, be ready, Harley. You're on deck at 23. Wendy Klein, Elizabeth Monzingo, and Ava Yagi. All going to be 15-8-1-6 here. That's going to be Trina Taggart. 15-8-1-6. All right. Draw 22. First call. Daryl Shaw. Second call. Daryl Shaw. Third call. Miss Playgirl Blake. We are going to scratch draw 22. Let's go.
Real interesting class of gray Brahmans here. The heifer that's going to lead off, she didn't want to cooperate here at the end, but it's the one that I liked the best. I wanted to get a good look at her, and she kept wanting to hump up and stick her tail out, but the young lady got her dialed in there at the end. Comparatively, I think she probably is just a little bit more than the heifer in 2. I like boy, she gets her set up. I like the look she gives, the ring presence, but just a little more chest floor, center body, rear flank, width from behind. I think that's where she excels and still puts it all together. Young man in second, you can show a heifer for me anytime. You're pretty darn good, and you can get one set up real fast and get them on their A game. And you get this heifer up, and she's an eye catcher. Gets up, extended up through her front end, just comparatively to the one that's in first, just right in from her center body into her rear ribbon flank. And if she gets a little more age and moves on in life and development, I'd say that is a heifer that may move up. Young lady's heifer in third is, I thought when she came in, might be my class winner. I like how she looks and her presence and her body. When we ask her to ring or walk around the ring, she wants to duck her pins and get her legs under, and I just don't like that about her. I wish she was just a little sounder in how she handled her hip and hind leg and stepped down at the ground, but really a high-quality female. The heifer in third, the young lady has, she's an excellent showman. This heifer, shoulders back, is as good as any heifer we have in the class. Just too jammed up in her front 1/3 for me. Just like to strengthen her out there, lengthen her out there, and give her a little more femininity. But certainly a bulky made, big-bodied, broody kind of a female. The one that comes next here in line, just a little more tubular in her body shape for me and her kind. I sort of soften her down. Love her length, love her performance. All that is there, just soften her up. Young man's heifer that comes next, similar deal. From her forerib back to her flank, just more center body. But I like the length, the extension, the structure. Man, she can just take a long, easy stride. I like that about her. Young lady coming next, heifer that just gives up probably too much from her hooks to her pins and down to the ground in terms of muscle. Just stouting her up there just a bit. Young man's heifer coming next, a big barreled heifer that just maybe gives up a little imbalance and show ring eye appeal out here comparatively. The darker gray heifer here, I'd just like to see her wider from behind. You step in behind her, she could just pop her out just a little bit and move her up just a bit. But I think like all the rest of her, this heifer here in front of me, young man's bulky made, just a little lower fronted, runs downhill. We get into a pair of heifers here at the end to give up and balance and show ring look. But let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 8 and our Gray Brahman show are as follows. In 12th place, entry number 1426, Robert McClelland, Buena FFA. In 11th place is entry number 2217, Colton Tomlinson, Brazoria County 4-H. 10th place is entry number 2108, Stephen Carson Stegall, Eustis FFA. In 9th place is entry number 1191, Brody Kessler, Brazos County 4-H. 8th place is entry number 1113, Brant Barnes, Timpson FFA. In 7th place is entry number 144, Mary Catherine Beatty, Sunnyvale FFA. 6th place is entry number 462, Jackson Crew, Galveston County 4-H. 5th place is entry number 2308, Jana Wall, Evan FFA. 4th place is entry number 89, Bailey K. Bailey, Leon County 4-H. 3rd place is entry number 2423, Clement Wise, New Caney FFA, New Caney. In 2nd place is entry number 1799, Ryland Rao. And in 1st place is entry number 1798, Madison Rao, Karnes County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the ring now, Class 9, Late Summer Junior Heifers.
Yeah, this is Class 9.
Well, I'm going to add 5 here.
We have
It's
found
gonna be
some
22,
Santa Gertrudis
809
breeders
drag time,
papers.
TJ drag
If you
time.
were over in the stands on the
42,
east side and you're missing
09,
your
including
registration
5.
papers, please
All
come
right,
to the
now,
announcer
folks, as of right
stand.
now, draw 27 and 29. 27 and 29 in the draw are scratches. We're going to go 28, 30, 31, 32, 33 for the next drag.
So there's this one and then another one. So this is Class 8. We got Class 9, 10, and then champion. Okay, so there's 2 more in the champion. Okay. So there's this one, 2 more, and then a champion drive. And this one, 1 more, and a champion drive. So these 2.
So you work here in Houston?
Yeah, so I'm gonna just like sit part time. I work downtown. Really?
I think just an exceptional place to start in this class. When you talk about a brood cow, I think that's the description you attach to one like this, in that she is heavy in her structure and ruggedly constructed, but yet she still has that maternal look about her, and that's a unique combination to put that kind of rib shape and dimension and bone work. Boy, you get look right down the top on this one, and there's just some dimension and bigness there, but yet when you come up that neck and that crest and into a beautiful head shape, I really, really like that one. I think she's just so heavy duty, but yet looks like a female to me, good at the ground, just an easy place for me to start in this class. The next young man, when this one came in too, there was things that I just gravitated immediately. She's extremely smooth made. She's very angular, very flat and feminine. Again, a nice petite head on this one, flat in her shoulder, very uniform in terms of depth of body. She certainly gives up some power and dimension and ruggedness compared to the female that we start with. Got to give her credit. She's going to get herself in production here at a relatively young age. So I just thought that one from a femininity standpoint, a flatness, good at the ground, I thought she sure needed to be in second hole. Young man coming in third, you certainly have a stouter featured one than the one right ahead of you. She's a long-made, big-footed, heavy-boned kind of heifer. Just gives up a little bit of that look and balance, but I think she certainly was more extended than the heifer we had standing right behind her. This one I appreciate from a moderation standpoint. Actually, both the next 2 heifers, I appreciate the frame size that they are. I think they're real sensible about that. They just start to give up some of the bells and whistles in terms of prettiness through the front 1/3 of their body. Maybe just don't have that extra to design. Young man coming here has got a real smooth-made kind of heifer, just gets a little lighter in terms of bone work, and I would maybe say the same about the next young man. This heifer's starting to put on a lot of condition. I'd like to clean her up just a little bit, but she's a smooth-made, long-made kind of one, just getting a little heavier in condition. This one starts to give up some muscle shape when you get around behind her. You just like to pull her apart, make her a notch wider and more dimensional. This one is absolutely monster-footed. it. I mean, she has this big old foot on her and just heavy word of bone work, and that's kind of fun to look at. But she gives up some of that balance in terms of way she's made through her hip and through her front 1/3. And then we just get into some cattle that just don't handle their rear wheels quite good enough. They get a little more rigid, they get a little tighter, they get a little finer in their bone. But let's go ahead and show those kids, every one of them from top to bottom, that their trip to Houston was worth it.
Thank you so much, Deb. First place is Madison Moran from Washington County 4-H. Second place is Hunter Holland from Chisholm FFA. Third place is Nolan Wunderlich from Washington County 4-H. Fourth place is Addison Pavlock from East Renard FFA. Fifth place, Travis Stewart from Skora-Rosser FFA. Sixth place, Cole Powers, Central Heights FFA. Seventh place, Jacob Shipper from Robertson County 4-H. Eighth place is Kenlon Kincannon from Columbia Brazoria FFA. Ninth place, Ariana Campbell from Sweeney FFA. In 10th place, Laney Aiken from Victoria West FFA. Our sponsor for the belt buckle for Class 8, Square Running M Cattle Company, Chad Murray, out of Spring, Texas. Thank you.
It's going to be Waverly Mills from Anahuac, Texas.
Out here in this class, nice place to start off with. Young lady, excellent showman out here. Her heifer wins the soundness. We ask her to go compared to the next 2 or 3 in line. She tracks as good as any. Still gives a nice look from the side view. I like her body and mass. A moderate framed heifer out here. I don't have a problem with that. But I think just good cattle, and I think she surfaces to the top. Bigger heifer here next in line, a little more length. Maybe just doesn't have quite the eye appeal, the heifer that's going to lead off with. But I like the body and the length, the mass that heifer has to kind of come in there in second. And a bigger heifer here in third. We just kind of get a little bigger. She just needs more three-dimensional shape for the way she's built. Just widen her up all the way down. Similar goes for this heifer. Just need more center body and substance to her. To move her up in this class. She'll get out and track free and easy. Just not quite enough heifer there. Bigger, bulkier made kind of a heifer next. Just gets a little jammed up and quick and kind of plain looking for me. Give her a little more ring presence. Heifer next, big stout bone, big footed heifer. She doesn't move good enough for me. Just see her reach and flex. You can see her just too short-strided there. Ask her to go. Similar for this one. Have her reach and flex a little more. Get into a pair of heifers here, a little frailer in their overall makeup at the ground and body and width. But an excellent group of kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you so much, Cody. Our results for class number 9 are as follows. In 9th place is entry 2361, Skyland White, Athens FFA. 8th place is entry 2241, Addison Tellis, Deer Park FFA. 7th place is entry 1748, London Porter, Cayuga FFA. And in 6th place is entry number 1617, Madeline Nunez, Victoria County 4-H. 5th place is entry 2120, Jared Stiles, Strawn FFA. 4th place is entry 1739, Emma Pivonka, Tide Haven FFA. 3rd place is entry 791, Ty Gillespie, Dickinson FFA. And in 2nd place is entry 1260, Riley Lamar, Midway FFA, Henrietta. And in 1st place, entry 1733, Ella Pinkham, Davenport FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the ring now, Class 10, Early Summer Junior Heifers.
All right, Dawes 33, Roy Vickery, Ashton, Peyton, be ready. You're going to be 2 away. Next strike.
I think, a really nice place to start with this young lady up here. You know, as this heifer entered the gate and she walks in front of me, she was just so comfortable in the way she enters the ring. I mean, that one is nice in her foot size. I like the bone work. I think that's about perfect. She just shows a lot of substance, a lot of volume, but she was just so comfortable as she gets out and gets after it. I just really, for me, that was just the place I gravitated to at a relatively early point in the class. And two, when you look at her from the side, I like the smoothness that she has. I think she's really good through the center portion of her body. I appreciate the cleanliness that she has in her underline and the levelness of her hips. So, young lady, that's a really complete kind of female there. I can just see that one turned out in grass, raising something outside, and I just think that one is the kind that has made this breed so adaptable to what they are. Here's a big, powerful kind of one that comes in second. And this one, too, I really like from a rib shape and a power and a dimension standpoint. She's just not quite as soft and easy as she gets out and travels compared to the heifer that wins the class. But you love the dimension and power that she has. Comes just with a little more shoulder compared to the heifer that we start with. This one here in third hole, I just like the moderation. I've got a few in here that I think are getting just a notch bigger in their size, but I think this one kind of falls in there about where I'd like them to be. Again, a good, useful kind of female. Just maybe not that extra look or that extra set of feet and legs to get her above those other two, but good and functional. Here too, and one that I feel is moderated in size, but just gets a little rounder for me, a little frailer, doesn't want to handle those rear pasterns quite as nicely. Young man coming next. This one's not bad at the ground, but she just starts to give up too much rib shape. She gets just a little frailer in her appearance, just a little tighter as you move back from forward or rear flank. This young lady's heifer too is a little finer in her bone work. Kind of gets a little off from hooks to pins for me, just loses some attractiveness in that rear 1/3. This young man's actually got one that hits the ground pretty well, just too small. Just starts to give up a bit too much in terms of performance for me. But if you need to find some moderate frame size cows to run on the resources that you have, there's certainly a place for one like that because she's functional and she's good in all those areas. I just need to grow her up just a little bit.
Thank you, Deb. First place in this class goes to Kylie Shipper from Robertson County 4-H. Second place is Luke Nelson from Denton County 4-H. Third place, Calvin Wunderlich from Brenham FFA. Fourth place, Carson Heron from Cattle Mills FFA. Fifth place, Ford from Brenham FFA. Sixth place, McKaylee Brock from Very Best FFA. And seventh place, Gordon Bullware from Central FFA. Our belt buckle sponsor is from Class 9 is Thomas Burnett Cattle Farm, Troop, Texas. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and thank you.
Come on, cowgirl. 15-3-5-3. My goodness. We had a 3-3-5 and a 3-5-3. Mercy. Mercy. Andrew, we got us a barrel racing going on here. All right, let's go to draw 36 now. This is going to be Riley Hook. Draw 37, we believe, so scratch. So draw 38, Kendall and Roberts, you're going to be on the drag. This is number 168, MRC, Big Heat Wave, and Riley Hook. Draw 36. Oh, look at this, cowgirl, go. Come on. Riley is. Keep kicking, getting across that line. There you go. 17-121. 17-121. All right, draw 37. Charlotte Overton, first call. Charlotte, second call. Charlotte Overton, third call. Draw 37, 261, scratch. Judges, draw 37, 261, scratch. We're going to drag after this run. We will drag after this run. TJ, 194, Sophisticat. Kendall and Roberts. A sophisticat. We got us a highbrow cat or a metallic cat running barrels. Now we will drag after 38. The next drag is going to go down through 45. The next drag will go down through 45.
Let's give these young people a round of applause that are leaving the arena on the west side right now. They've worked hard and they deserve to hear from
Now
you.
we're going to add 5. Going to be drag time. Going to add 5 here. 21 to 33. 21 to 33, including 5. All right, folks, we've got 2 carryovers in the next drag. Draws 40 and 42. So we're going to go 39, 41, 43, 44, and 45. That's going to be the next drag down to 45. All right, welcome back, everyone, as we are going to go to draw 39 now. Now, folks, we'll have 2 carryovers in this drawing. We're going to start draw 39, Jonna Ibanez and me, Pepe Barlina, now owned by Dakota Kyle out of Richmond, Texas. Going to be Jonna Wisher Ibanez. And then draw 41, Paige Humphreys, you're on deck. And then 43, Mary Jackson. 39, 41, and 43. We are going to be ready. When our arena is ready, we are ready up here. All right, folks, here we go. Going to be draw 39, number 258. Thank you. That's going to be 16,206 here. 16,206. All right, now draw 40 was a carryover from the amateur. It was a 21,040. Let's go to draw 41, number 191, Page Hump Freeze. Now, this horse is owned by Amanda Bruce. This is Colonel's Dashing Bug. Draw 43, Mary Jackson on deck. Trina Taggart, be ready. We're on 41, number 191. Well, we're going to add 5 for a barrel down. Going to be 23. 8, 5, 6, including 5, 23, 5, 8, 6 here. All right, now draw 42 was a carryover from the amateur. Draw 23, that's a 15, 8, 21. We're getting to draw 43, Mary Jackson on Memorial Smart 14. Trina Taggart and Jocelyn Ferguson, be ready. And we are going to be 15, 7, 7, 0. Nice run, Mary Jackson. All right, draw 44. Now we're going to drag in 2. Drag in 2. This is Streaking Fire Frost. This is going to be Trina Taggart out of Santa Fe, Texas. Going to be back number 1, Siggity 1. Draw 45, Jocelyn on deck. And it's going to be clean, 16, 7, 49. 16, 7, and 49. Trina Taggart. All right, draw 45 is going to be Fortunate Fame. This is Jocelyn Ferguson of Bartlett, Texas. Now we'll drag after the run. Draws 46 through 51. You're on the next drag. Aubrey Howard, Amy Craig, Amelia Sutton. Draw 45, 269. Going to be 15,473. Hello, Yeller. Hello, drag time, boys. Drag time. 15,473.
a real solid place to start at the top end of the class. I think with these three heifers, I think 1 and 2 are similar in some respects. I think there's just more power and dimension and just total mass in the heifer that I choose to start with. And that is the difference there. I think this one comes at me with being pulled apart quite a bit wider, right behind her shoulder, and just in every dimension that you want to look at. I think this one comes at me with more power. This one, when this young lady moves this heifer around the ring, man, she is just so comfortable. I mean, she just is. It's just like they're out for a stroll in the park, and it's just really fun to watch one like this, how good and just comfortable they are when they get out and go. I mean, she reaches with her front step and she drops with some cushion. She reaches with her back step and drops with some cushion, and I just really like, and that's really the first and foremost reason this heifer sorts to the top. But I think she brings that nice combination of certainly a good enough look, big enough body, and really good at the ground. This one in second can give you a really good look from the side profile, and that, man, she's good in her top line. She's really nice in her crest and out her hip. I like all that about her. As I said, she just gives up too much center body to get around to the heifer that wins. But boy, when that young lady gets her parked like that, that's a good look there. You do a nice job. I love the moderation in this one, and I've got a couple down the line in the class that for me are just getting too big. You know, and this young man, too, he's going to have a calf at side here sooner than later. But this one, again, I know she gets a little shorter in her body, but her body type is good. I think her optimization in terms of frame size, some people, that's to be exactly perfect. When he gets her stopped like that, what can't you like about one like that? She's long in her front 1/3. Yeah, she's got a little bit down low, but she's long from the point of her shoulder out to her nose. She's good in her top. I love the way she reads in her body. She's square in her hip, good in her bone. She just gets a little out-horsed by the ones ahead of her, but that is one solid Santa Gertrudis female right there, in my opinion.
Queen's Miracle, owned by Patty Howard. Amy Craig, you're on deck. Here we go. Thanks for being ready. Let's get it on.
Loose
Come on,
heifer,
girl.
Santa Gertrudis.
The next young man comes with one that's just certainly a little bit bigger outline, but she gets a little more frail in her bone work, a little less big in her foot size when she goes. I don't think she reaches at the ground quite as easily as the heifer right above her, but yet she's a good tall-fronted heifer that's got some extension and length to her, so I just like to stouten her up in her features. This heifer just starts, whoa, that was close. This heifer just gives a little balance through her front 1/3 of her body, but she's a smooth-made heifer. I think she's carrying a little more condition than probably ideal. The next young lady comes. This certainly is one of the most muscle-dimensioned heifers in the class, probably one of the heavier muscle heifers we've seen through the show today, in that she carries almost too much expression, in that she gets just a little bit rounder in how she's made out her hip and in her muscle shape. But if you want one with some power and meat and muscle, then you can go ahead and gravitate to one like that. This one, too, just gets a little bit plainer in her kind, a little bit gives up a little balance through the front 1/3. You know, and that's kind of what we find in the next one. This is the one that, for me, I said just gets too big. Now, if you like those kind, and there's no doubt those kind are going to put a lot of pounds onto your truck in the fall, so I can appreciate that and go ahead and get after her. But for me, she's just a notch too big in her framework. One that gets just a little bit plainer through her front end here. And as we go on down the class, as I said, they start to make that first sort towards the bottom of the class because they're not good enough structured for me, or they don't have enough body. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Thank you, Deb. First place in this class is Brooke Fonke from Santa Fe FFA. Second place, Kendra Minshew from Clear Springs. Third place is Aiden Chapa from Harris County. Fourth place is Jackson Rhett Harrington from Grimes County. Fifth place is Cache Strait from Wichita County 4-H. Sixth place is... We'll come back to sixth. Seventh place is Ashley Peters from El Campo. Eighth place is Kaylee Vanderwever from NSFFA. Ninth place is Hadley Caldwell. 10th place is Ava Miller from Magnolia FFA, and 6th place is Claire Boutwell from Chisholm FFA. Congratulations to them.
Back over here on our gray side, really a powerful female to lead off. And I think compared to her contemporaries in this class, she's sound structured, but where she excels is just that muscle shape and dimension and hip and quarter and power in the internal side of that female, just full of it. Love the way she comes together. Heifer in second's good looking. Put together, young lady does a good job showing her, just not near the mass and dimension that we're going to see over the heifer that leads off out there. Young man, I like your heifer standing still. When we put her in motion, she pounds just a little bit in her structure for me. I just changed that about her just a nickel, but I like her shape and her dimension that she has. Young man here has a heifer that really a nice kind of heifer, just not enough of her to run with those trio in front of her. Just need a little more of that female there to push up farther in this class. Heifer here just gets a little deeper in her chest and comes back shallower into her flank. But I like her kind. I like her length. I like the structure in that female. Young lady's heifer here gets a little off balance for me. Just kind of level her up just a bit out through her rump. But still a nice sound structure, good footed kind of a female. Get in here, the young lady's heifer here. Directly in front of me, just gets a little elevated in her shoulder, deep in her chest. It kind of throws her out of balance. Get a little shorter coupled there. Move down here to some females that have some structural differences amongst them and the way they move. Big, stout, rugged females just like to change their structure just a bit. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 10 in our Gray Brahman show are as follows. In 12th place, entry number 1938. Haley Schoenvogel, Burton FFA, and in 11th place, entry number 1555, Krista Mott-Smith, Alvin FFA. 10th place is the number 1578, Emma Murray, Tidehaven FFA, and 9th place goes to entry number 766, Dylan Garza, Pasadena FFA. 8th place is entry number 1943, Kinsley Schramm, Canyon FFA, New Braunfels. 7th place is entry number 774, Jillian Gentile, East Chambers FFA. 6th place goes to entry number 90, Lacey Bailey, Leon County 4-H. And 5th place goes to entry 965, Annalisa Hayes, Glen Rose FFA. 4th place goes to entry number 1121, Hunter Johnson, Porter FFA. While 3rd place goes to entry number 1103, Holden Jefferson, Danbury FFA. 2nd place goes to entry 2444, Hannah Wright, Banquet FFA. And in 1st place, entry number 584, Mackenzie Driver, Winsboro FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming to the ring on the west side will be our champion and reserve champion, Junior Heifer Drive.
A correction in Class 10. Number 6 was Ashlyn Peters from El Campo, and number 7 was Claire Boutwell from Chisholm. And our Class 10 Class Winner belt buckle sponsor was Double Barrel Cattle Company, Michael and Tanya Hunter from Crosby, Texas. Thank you.
Here in your middle division champion drive, again, the females that I'm really pleased with how they come together as a group when we get them back out here, and that I think they all represent cattle that rose above the rest in terms of their feet and leg structure, and they're cattle that started to come with a little more power than maybe some of the other heifers in their individual classes. And I just think they're real similar as I look at them here along the side. And, you know, young man in the first class, that one rose there again for me from a foot and leg standpoint. I thought that one was really solid and good. Out here, I think she gives up just a little bit of power compared to a couple other heifers, but that's a good, solid female there that gives you a good look and gets around the ring. This one that wins the second class, she was the power cow out here, and I talked about how dimensional she is and just how solid from every aspect you want to look at her that I think she is. She's so big in her bone work and big in her foot, but yet she handles it in a very, very maternal package. Young lady that comes next, again, similar to these other heifers in this class, and that she rose above from a feet and leg standpoint. I think out here she starts to give up some rear flank, has just a notch more shoulder to her, maybe than a heifer standing on either side of her, but that's a good, functional, useful kind of female that you can just get along with all day long. Young lady that won the last class, I just talked about how I thought it was lights out and kind of all over for me when she walked in the ring, because she's just so comfortable the way she likes to step and get out and go. That beautiful dark cherry red, that's just a really, really good show heifer, but she's going to turn into a really nice cow for you as well. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll let you know how I like them.
All right, thank you, and that is going to be a 16,986 on the run. 16,986.
And our champion here is Madison Moran from Washington County 4-H. Moving into contention, Nolan Wunderlich from Washington County 4-H.
Oh, that is going to be 15,825. 15,825. All right, first call, 246, Katie Blanton. Second call, draw 56, Katie Blanton. Third call, number 56, Katie Blanton. We're going to scratch, draw 56.
And our reserve, Brooke Funk from Santa Fe FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Call. Draw 57. Brooke Morgan, third call, 236. We're going to scratch 236.
Out here in our division on our gray side, 4 awesome females and an outstanding set of seconds out here. Females that just put it all together, trying to add the parts and pieces to make the best one possible. I think all these heifers are in contention. They get out, they're mobile, they go. There's little subtle differences amongst them and how they're put together. Maybe some are stouter, a little bit. Others are a little better looking. But man, the basics are covered on these females. The quality is good, and the exhibitors are doing an awesome job. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll take one more look, and then we'll get you a division winner.
It's going to be 21,317. 21,317. All right, so draw. Yeah. All right, let's go to 59 now. Meredith.
And your champion comes out of class number 10, Mackenzie Driver, Winsboro FFA. Moving into contention for reserve is entry number 584, Hannah Wright.
60. Hey, looky here. Come on, cowgirl.
Yeah, 584 is the winner, correct?
Oh, look out, look out. Are you okay? Folks, you know when you're that young and that little, well, she's a little sore. Oh, look out.
And your reserve champion goes to entry number 7.
Oh, yellow.
1798, Madison Rao.
Oh, there we go. We're going to have her looked at, make sure she's okay.
Coming into the west side of the arena is going to be class number 13, Spring Senior Heifers.
we got him. Thanks, guys. Well, folks, how about a round of applause for that young lady right there? I hate that that happens. Gosh darn it, but she will return, I promise you. All right, we're going to go to draw 60 now. Now, this is going to be a carryover to the 14 to 18, draw 15. 14 to 18, draw number 15. This run will carry over, and it will be a drag. It will be a drag, TJ, after this run. All right, now, folks, let me get you caught up. What's going to be drag time? Now, judges, the previous horse, number 599 was a carryover to the 13 and under, draw 23. 13 and under, draw 23, number 599. Now, this was an 18,367. This is a carryover to the 14 to 18, draw 15. All right, everybody, here we go now. It's going to be draw 61. 61 Indigo. Owned by Brenda Ricewig and shown by Lance Graves. Caroline Cavazos, you're on deck, and then Rebecca Marshall be ready. We're going to go 61 through 66. Lance Graves going to be 15,752. 15,752. Let's get it all 62 now. Here's going to be Chrome Rose. This horse, number 256. Owned by Jonna Ibanez and shown by Caroline Cavazos. Draw 62. Draw 63, Rebecca. Oh, let's go, Caroline. Come on. Going to be 17,801. 17,801. All right, draw 63. Going to be Rebecca Marshall, Skylar Rutherford, and then Kendall Kane be ready. Now, as of right now, draw 65 is looking at a scratch. Draw 65 looking for a scratch. Let's go to draw 63. It's Jazzy Hot Links now. Going to be Rebecca Marshall out of Crosby, Texas. Scholar, you're on deck at 64, and then 66, Kendall. Oh, come on, Whitey. We're going to go 1 to the left, 2 to the right. Morale's too tight.
Really close decision here in my mind between these two, because there's things about each of these two heifers that I really love, and so it's close. I could come back here tomorrow and maybe change my mind if I stood out here and looked at them longer, but what it doesn't take away is I think here's real two high quality kind of females that have battled it out for a class winner here at the Houston Livestock Show, and both those exhibitors and the breeders of those heifers deserve a lot of credit. So what went through my mind to make my final decision? I think when you get around behind these two heifers, I don't think there's any question that this heifer shows you a little more natural dimension from one end to the other. When you get around behind her, she's wider through the center and lower portion of her quarter. I think she shows me more dimension and squareness down her top. I think she opens up in her rib shape just a little more naturally in terms of capacity and depth and broodiness than does the heifer standing in second. Now, that one there, boy, when she came into class, man, she grabbed me. You can ask my husband. One of the things that I absolutely can get really hung up on sometimes is I love a good level hip and a nice tail head. And that one is a nice level hip and a really nice tail head. But this heifer, for me, when we put him into motion, she gets just a little straighter in the angle to her shoulder, so she doesn't want to reach out and step with quite as much comfort, I don't think, as the heifer that we start with. Do I think she's flatter in her shoulder? I think she does. But again, I just don't think the angle is quite as right as a heifer that wins the class. I like both those heifers quite a bit. I think both those exhibitors are to be commended. Young lady falls in here third, but again with a real practical kind of one that just kind of worked her way there. She's got a good enough look. She's sound enough as she gets out and goes. She just doesn't have the extra bells and whistles of those two heifers standing directly above her. I also think she may start to have some udder issues in terms of development. Those rear teats look a little short. She's also got an extra 1 or 2 there. The one that coming next here in fourth, young man, if you like If you like them a little bit bigger framed in terms of productivity, then you go ahead and latch onto this one because this is a good big one. But for me, she's just a little bit out there in terms of overall frame size. But I think there's one for as big as she is. She handles herself and her tracks pretty good, carrying plenty of condition. But that's a nice, nice female. The next one coming, this is where we start to get into cattle that lose some balance. This one I'd like to definitely change the hip structure. I think the hip also correlates into the way she handled those rear two. This one too just gets us not quite as feminine and good looking through her front end. We get one here that she wants to get her feet and legs pressed up way underneath her, and she gives up some dimension. This one is a sound kind of female, just pretty narrow made and pretty small compared to the ones in the upper part of the class. Again, two that are going to end the class with just ones that just don't handle the ground with the authority of the top end.
First place in this class goes to Kaysen Pledger from Timpson FFA. Second place, Jalen Urbanowski from Somerville FFA. Third place is Demi Harrington from Grimes County 4-H. Fourth place is Sierra Warnick from Iola FFA. Fifth place in this class is Emerson Boutwell from Chisholm FFA. Sixth place is Savannah Melendez from Foster FFA. Seventh place is Haley Forshee from George Ranch FFA. Eighth place, Cortland Vanderveer from Ennis FFA. Ninth place, Dalton Johnson, Victoria County 4-H. And in 10th, Roberta Puga from Denton FFA. Congratulations to them.
Let's give these young people leaving the west side of the arena a round of applause. Thank them for all the hard work and the good-looking animals that they brought to us today.
All right, again, everyone. Now listen, folks. We are looking at an approximate big drag around draw 80. Around draw 80 is an approximate big drag, 80, somewhere around that 80 mark. All right, everybody, let's go to draw 67. This is going to be Lindsay Reed. Going to be next to go on Twinkle Pop, owned by Michael Cox. Tiffany Saunier, you are on deck, and then Carson Daniels, you're going to be 308 and 69. Here we go. Oh, come on, come on. We're going to be 16-436 on the run. 16-436 on 67. Let's get it all 68 now. Going to be DTF Starship. Let's go to Kingsville, Texas. This horse is owned by the 3-bar T. Quarter horses going to be Tiffany Saunier, Carson Daniels, and then Leanna McLean. Again, everybody, we are looking at an approximate big drag at 80.
Attention to all of our exhibitors. Upon the conclusion of the breed show, we'll take a 30-minute break prior to doing the Supreme Drive. There'll be a 30-minute break upon the conclusion of the breed show today prior to us doing the Supreme Drive.
17-222. Now draw 69, number 297, Carson Daniels. Our one, this will be a carryover to draw 13 in our 14 to 18. 14 to 18, carryover to draw 13. This is got to be carrying over. All right, Carson Daniels, smart as a bug in a rug. Here she is, McKinney, Texas. Going to be 15-180. That's going to go to second right now for the fastest time of the day. Again, that will carry over to draw 13 of your 14 to 18. All right, we're going to go now to draw 70, first call. Brooke Morgan, second call. Brooke Morgan, third call. Brooke Morgan, we're going to scratch 70, 237. Let's go to 71 now. Leanna McLean and Lucky Julianne. All right, 74. We're going to go down to 74. Dana Hargrave on this drag, 74. So, folks, this is going to be 71, Lucky Julianne and Leanna McLean. And then the next horse, 73, is a carryover. So then 242, Diana Hargrave, you're going to be 2 away. Oh, let's go. Come on, Yeller. You betcha. I mean, we're looking. All Gucci today at 18,257. Leanna McLean. All right. Draw 73 is a carryover from the amateur. Was a carryover 15,574. Carryover to the amateur. From the amateur. All right, here's 74. This is Dana Hargrave.
We're going to start this class with one I like a great deal. This one I think just represents just a ton of really good things. I love the frame size that she is. I love the balance that she has. I love the structure and the ease of comfort she has as she gets and goes around the ring. I think they've got that one in nice shape for show, but not too fat for go. So I think that one is pretty good. Young man does a really nice job of getting that heifer put together, and I just think there's one that represents so many good things that the Santa Gertrudis breed stands for and does it in a really beautiful package. The cow-calf pair that's going to end up second in this class, this female is really pretty attractive when you look at her from the side. She's really sound when you get her on the ground, and I like that about her. She's got a 30-day-old calf on the side of her. I think she's good in her udder quality. So I just think that was an easy place for me to run in second. She just gives up some power, I think, in natural rib shape and dimension compared to the bred that stands above her. But that's a nice pair to find itself in second. Young man coming here third. Again, it's got one that handles herself really good when she goes around the ring. And I think that's what's reached out and told me she needed to be in the upper end of this class. She's smooth in her makeup, starting to carry just a little bit of condition for me, but I think a good, easy place to find into third hole. Young lady that comes here, one that gets a little shorter in her body makeup, but she's good in her line. She's really good from the top of her shoulder out her hip and tailhead. Of course, I like that good tailhead in one. Again, drops good in the center portion of her body. Maybe cuts up in her foreflank just a little bit, but that's a good solid one that handles herself at the ground pretty well. The next few heifers just start to give up some balance to me, and that they get a little deeper in the front 1/3 than they are. They don't carry that nice depth all the way through, so they just give up balance. You can see they don't handle their rear two quite as well. Young lady here in the blue shirt, you know, that's a big high-performing one, but she's just got way too much condition, I think, for me today. I'd like to lean her up for sure and really see what's under there. And the young lady we're going to finish the class with, I think this one just gives up so much pounds in terms of performance and bone and footwork compared to the ones ahead of her. It's just a little difficult road to get up any higher in the class.
Thank you, Deb. First place in this class goes to Peyton Bronikowski from Franklin FFA. Second place is Catherine Porter from Karn City FFA. Third place, Grady Duncan from Chester FFA. Fourth place, Stella Mayfield from Joshua FFA. Fifth place is Brenton Taylor from Hooks FFA. Sixth place, Angela Moyer from Longview FFA. 7th place, Savannah Rossler from Gainesville FFA. And in 8th place, Bailey Brown from Sash FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Our senior division Class 13 winner, belt buckle sponsor, is Rose Hill Ranch, AJ and Rosemary Gambino out of Pattison. And Class 14, the one we just had, JHC Cattle Company, Helen Carso from Louise, Texas. We certainly appreciate those sponsors.
Well, folks, right now I'm looking at a big drag after 81. 81. We have a scratch at 79 and a carryover at 78. So the big drag will come at 81 as of right now. Now, folks, we're going to take our lunch break after the barrels. We will run all the way through the barrels. Now, for all of our exhibitors, lunch will be ready before that, but we are going to take a 30-minute break after the barrels before the polls. We will take a 30-minute break after barrels. Let's go to draw 75. Here's VF Strike King Deidre Leao out of Highlands, Texas. 76, Amanda Slaughter. 77, Wendy Klein. So again, everybody, right now, the big drag will be the next one. TJ, next drag will be at 81 right now. How about a 15? 613. That's going to be. All right, we're going to go to draw 76.
Well, this is a really stout top duo of heifers. Some give and take, a heck of a class all the way through. The heifer I'm going to use to start with, I like this heifer. I like everything about her and the way she comes. She's getting up there big enough. If I got to stand up to look down your back, I don't need you any taller. That is my one thing about her. I just don't want to see her get any bigger in frame size. I do like her type, her kind, her build through her center portion of her rib. She's starting to drop an udder. Young lady says she's going to calve here before too long. I think that probably helps her get a little advantage in this class in that rear rib and flank. You can see that calf dropping down in there and making some size. And I think it just helps propel her. But that's a good one there to lead off. Young lady's heifer in second. Man, she caught me when she came in the ring. I love the look and presence. Ring presence in that female's good, and the way she's put together. Just as I study her, maybe not quite that as much power in that heifer as the one that's going to lead off, but that's awfully critical of a really good heifer there in 2. Heifer that comes in here in 3, just similar to the kind, just not that extra power and presence of the pair in front of her, but just an awesome female here coming in third place. Just like to power her up to compete with those. The heifer that comes in next, she just gets a little shorter coupled, a little more conventional in her frame to move up in line. This heifer here next in line flattens down just a bit in her lower 1/3, but I like her length, I like her structure, I like how she moves. This heifer moved up quite a ways. I love her structure, and that's just as we walk them, she kept moving up. I just soundness, fluidity, how she can get out and travel. Young man's heifer next. Just a little plainer in her makeup, but sound in the way she goes. A bulky heifer there going out the gate. Young lady has one here, maybe just a little more upright in her shoulder, but has a look, a quality. This heifer here gets shorter hipped and wants to come underneath herself from the end. Get into a pair of heifers here, just fix their structure a little bit, but an awesome set of heifers in this class and a great group of kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 13 in our Gray Brahman show are as follows. In 12th place, entry number 68, Ryan Arvazu, Crockett FFA Crockett. In 11th place is entry 2335, Graceland Welch, Franklin FFA. 10th place is entry 1238, Teal Cronky, East Chambers FFA. 9th place goes to entry 2424, Riley Wilson, Pasadena Memorial FFA. 8th place goes to entry number 145, Emily Beckendorf, Cayuga FFA. 7th place goes to entry number 894, Wyatt Harrell, Isley FFA. In 6th place is entry number 2110, Maggie Stevenson, Anahuac, FFA. Fifth place goes to entry 422, Laura Cooper, Detroit, FFA. Fourth place goes to entry 527, Hollis Deckard, Angleton, FFA. And third place goes to entry number 1541, Kaylin Moreland, Coryell County, 4-H. Second place is entry 2186, Reese Thane, Guadalupe County, 4-H. And in first place, entry number 1266, Grace Lambright, Angleton, FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Now in the ring on the west side, class number 14.
Gamma Papa 2. Going to be draw 81. Going to be no top. As we will go to 82 here when we get ready. Now, Kylie Veter, you are going to bring us to the big drag. And then after the big drag, we're going to move to 83 through 87. All right. Let's go to draw 82, number 211, Doolin in Pepto. Going to be Kylie Veter out of Brahman, Texas. Then we'll have a big drag, 83 through 87 after the big drag. All right, folks, that's going to be a 16-4-1-4. 16-4-1-4.
Good a set of pairs out here in front of me. Either one very deservedly could win first place in this class. Again, there's a little bit of give and take, so you go ahead and do them how you'd like to. I'll tell you what I see. This really dark red cherry pair, I think from a look standpoint, that's a good looking pair right there. I think that calf resembles her mother in terms of how she's, the silhouette she has, the profile that she has, the balance that she has. I'll be honest, I like that calf at side a lot. And he smiles because I guess he's probably got next year's project all figured out. And that's the way it's supposed to work. You hope when you breed these females that they can improve upon themselves, bring all the good things, but go ahead and take it to the next level. And for me, I think that heifer calf does that. So I kind of like the moderation in the cow, in this dark red one as well. I think she's a notch more refined in the teats, size in her udder as well. So I'm just drawn to this one in terms of look and balance and just a really, really good looking pair. But don't get me wrong, I like this second one too, man. That's really, those heifer calves are the same age. So there's no question that we're getting just a notch more performance alongside the cow we're here. And I'm sure she's getting fed extremely well. And so, I mean, that's a good pair, you know. But for me, the mama cow maybe is just not as pleasing to look at, just not as sweet maybe through her front end, maybe not quite as level out from hooks to pins. But we certainly have to give this group a lot of credit too. And that heifer calf at that side is awfully good as well. She's just a little bigger in her outline, you know. If she moderates her growth pattern as she gets out and goes, there too is a really nice show project for next year. So kudos to both those two exhibitors. They really brought a nice pair. This is a really solid, functional kind of pair as well in terms of, you know, what mother's putting along there at side. Again, a good-looking calf, milking well. The cow herself just doesn't have the extra bells and whistles, particularly of the one that starts in terms of look and balance. She gets a little more off in her hip and her tail head, and so that's where she finds herself in the third hole, but that's a good, functional kind of pair. This one, too, finding fourth hole. I think we give up just a notch of calf quality as we move into this fourth pair. But again, I'm not going to deny that she put herself into production at the age that she's supposed to. She's got a good calf there at side. She just doesn't come at me with quite as pretty. And that calf's got a little ways to go before it figures out if it's a show heifer or not. Or show, I guess I didn't even see there. Maybe I'm calling it the wrong sex. But anyway, again, a good, useful kind of pair. As we move down here and to finish the class, again, a cow that just gives up some balance when we look at her from the side, in that she's got quite a bit more lower chest in her. Also, her uddle's starting to hang just a little bit lower and swing just a notch more than we probably think is ideal. But yet, again, we appreciate the fact she has put one on the ground and she is raising one. This one here at the end just gives up some quality compared to those ones that are directly ahead of her. We certainly would like to see her showing some evidence that she is going to get herself into production at sooner than later. But again, she just gives up the quality, I think, that we need to have to move up the line. Nice class, particularly those top two pairs, I think are really special.
Thank you, Deb. First place is Jared Gardner from Troop FFA. Second place, Madison Douglas from Celeste FFA. Third place is Emma Finley from Eustis FFA. Fourth place is Denton Rosler from Cook County 4-H. Fifth place is Jasmine Martinez from Pasadena FFA. And sixth place is Morgan McGuire from Marshall FFA.
Back over here on our gray side, the heifer that leads off, just the sound structured heifer in the class. As we put them in motion a couple of times, that's where she surfaced for me. Angles and joints are right. The way she reaches and flexes, there's some get out and go. And then balance is good, body's good, mass thick, just a nice place to anchor in and start. Heifer that comes in second, I like the power in her, just stabs at the ground a little more for me when we ask her to go. I like to see her just have a little more fluidity in how she travels, but still body and substance and mass and that really get after. Heifer in 3, long and attractive, just probably a little shallower middle than I'd like to see for ideal, but we could soften her up just a nickel to move her up. Boy, coming in next in line, I like the body and depth of that heifer and the boldness to her rib. Just a little more conventional, a little shorter coupled, jammed up kind of a female from nose to tail. Heifer that comes in next, really long, sound moving heifer. Wants to get off just a nickel more from hooks to pins and doesn't quite have enough right as you get in behind her, but I really like the length of stride that female offers. Heifer here, really pretty made, extended, just gets a little harder in her middle, soften her up just a touch to move her up. Young man's heifer coming next. She just gets a little choppier in her movement, just like to lengthen her stride up, but I like her body shape. And we get into another set of heifers here. We just want to power them up or fix their structure just a bit to move them up in class. But let's give these exhibitors a nice hand.
Cody, thank you so much. Our results for class number 14 in our Gray Brahman show are as follows. In 11th place, entry number 417, Jared Cook, Frankston FFA. In 10th place, entry number 193, Ethan Blanco, Hutto FFA. 9th place is entry 2131, Kimber Strack, Wharton County 4-H. 8th place is entry 353, Keegan Canvas, East Bernard FFA. 7th place is entry number 582, Denver Driver, Winsboro FFA. 6th place is entry number 2130, Kayla Strack, Wharton County 4-H. 5th place is entry number 2220, Catherine Tompkins, Fulshire FFA. 4th place is entry 831, Cannon Godot, East Bernard FFA. And 3rd place is entry 2313, Brooke Juanura, Columbus FFA. 2nd place is entry number 1347, Lane Lovicott, Falls County 4-H. And in 1st place, entry 117, William Barnes, Timpson FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming in the ring now will be our final senior heifer class.
Speak about them before they do the winners. So
Yesterday she went real quick. I was watching her as she was judging. She knew exactly what she wanted. Zoom, zoom, zoom.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. And she moved quick.
Just another excellent division when we get these cattle out here for your championship drive. And I'm just pleased. It's been fun to work through these cattle today. Like I say, I don't get the opportunity to see American influence cattle up our direction very often. And you know, so it's different, but it's the same. You know, you look at them a little bit differently. You know, you're going to have a little, maybe a little more front end or a little more underline. You know, that's just breed character, and that's awesome. You know, but we've had the opportunity for me to be able to find some cattle that I think represent the Santa Gertrudis breed extremely well, but maybe take it to a little bit different level in terms of the uniqueness that they bring, but yet bring all the other good things with them. As we talk about the young lady here who wins the first class, I think this was just an exceptionally good one. This is a power cow. When you get and look at her from every dimension, she is huge in her rib shape. She's just bold from end to end, but yet she still puts it together for me in a very, very attractive package. And I think she handles everything that goes with that extremely well. I think she's certainly good enough at the ground. Is she the heaviest boned one between these two class winners, 1 and 2? I don't think so, but I think it just all fits really, really well. I like that one an awful lot. You can tell, I like the young man's heifer in the second class as well. She's a little bit different in her body type maybe than the first one, but this one too just comes at you with an impressive dimension from her fore to rear rib. I think she's a notch shorter in her makeup. I don't think she's quite as pretty and neat and clean, particularly through the upper part of her brisket or throat and dewlap. You know, but yet it's still good enough, and that one I think is excellent as well when she would ask her to get out and move. So I think those are two really, really good bred heifers that a person has a fun opportunity to sort. And then we really love the cow-calf pair here in this class. I think that heifer-calf at side is just so exciting for the exhibitor, whether they choose to sell her and put some money in her pockets or whether they choose to use her as next year's project. I think this one is awfully good. I think this one gives up just a little bit of balance through her front end compared to the heifer maybe from the first class. And I think she does give up some muscle and dimension to both the heifers that are standing directly above her. But I think 3 really high quality females here. Let's give them a round of applause in this last division.
All right, our senior champion is Kaysen Pledger from Timpson FFA. Moving into contention, Jalen Urbanowski from Somerville. And our reserve, Jared Gardner from Troop FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, really nice class here to wrap up our Gray Brahman show. And young lady does an excellent job here with her heifer that's going to lead off. And a heifer, I think, that's fitting to end our show this way. Just good cattle. She's sound. She's fluid. She's got body mass and muscle. And still balances up from the side. Just really like that heifer to lead off this class. One that comes in next in line, I love her udder development starting to come down. Hey, at this stage of the game, getting these cattle in production is important. I like the way she's extended. Maybe not quite just the power that we see in the heifer that leads off, but still a lot of good, lot of quality. Young man's got a big stout heifer here in 3. Maybe not quite as far along in gestation as the pair in front of him, but just really love that bold shape to her body, the way she's put together there over her top. You look at this next heifer line, a big centered, long growthy kind of a female, maybe a little plainer in the way she balances up. We get in here, the next one in line, a heifer that just kind of ducks off in her pins a little bit, comes underneath herself with her hock and her hind leg. Just step her back there just a bit and push her out. Young man's heifer here, just a little more the same way, a little rounder all the way through, a little more shoulder, a little opened up. We get into a heifer here next in line, just a little plainer in her general makeup, give her a little more balance, and then our heifer wrapping up the class. Just not enough heifer there to move up in class, but let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
All right.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 15 in our Gray Brahman show are as follows. In 8th place, entry number 849, Sidney Greer, Lake Creek FFA. In 7th place, entry number 2410, Charles Eddie Wilson, Franklin FFA. 6th place is entry number 966, Paul Hayes, Glen Rose FFA. 5th place is entry number 837, Zoe Garcia, East Chambers FFA. 4th place is entry number 1917, Heston Sewells, Mart FFA. And 3rd place goes to entry 2218, Mark Tomlinson, Brazoria County 4-H. And in 2nd place, entry number 482, Olivia Daly, Union Hill FFA. And in 1st place, entry number 748, Kinsley Gandy, Giddings FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the ring now will be our champion and reserve champion, Senior Heifer Drive.
Over in the Santa Gertrudis side, as we get ready to select our champion female, I want to recognize the young folks that you have seen in the arena. They are really the future of organizations in the cattle industry. So our president is Cale Cornelius from Timpson, Texas. Secretary Madison Moran from Brenham. District 1 Director Lauren Hanna from Decatur, Texas. District 1 Director Kinley Kincannon from West Columbia. Luke Nelson from Crum, Texas. Weston Street from Electra, Texas. We also are fortunate to have our national royalty, our queen and District 1 Director, Madison Douglas from Celeste, and our national princess, Arden Strait from Streetman, Texas. Let's give all of these young people a round of applause. They've just done an excellent job helping us get this show organized today, and we're so proud of them.
20.540. All right, now let's go to draw 86. We will drag into TJ. And that will finish the senior. Going to be Josie Henson and then J.R. Burns on deck. Oh, yeah. Come on.
What a way to wrap up our great show here with this division of females. Man, just the power and quality that is possessed out here from first one to our third one down here. Just impressive. And I think heifers that are going to go on and make an impact for these young exhibitors. But join me, give them a big round of applause. I'm going to select your division champion, and we'll get on with it.
The senior barrel race. This horse will finish the senior. J.R. Burns, 1162, GJB, Suave Dolce.
And your senior division champion comes out of class number 13, Gracie Lambert Angleton FFA. Moving into contention for reserve is Reese Thane from Guadalupe County FFA.
That is going to be drag time, TJ, 15-17. 15-2-1-7, J.R. Burns. Now, folks, the last horse in this senior is a carryover from the amateur, Julie Ardoin, and 21-083.
And your reserve champion, also out of class number 13, goes to exhibitor 2186, Reese Thane from Guadalupe County. Congratulations, exhibitors, coming into the ring on the west side. Next will be our champion and reserve champion, heifer of show for the Gray Brahman division.
On this side of the ring, as we move into selecting our champion, Santa Gertrudis female, I simply need to say I will leave Houston, Texas this week having a greater appreciation, just simply because I've had the opportunity to sort through some really good Santa Gertrudis cattle. And again, like I say, up north, we don't get that chance. But boy, I really have an appreciation for what these cattle bring to the plate, what they have to offer, the place they have, particularly in the territory that you live down in this neck of the woods. But yet they also come to me and give me the things that I appreciate about whatever breed of cattle I'm looking at. I like them sound, and I like them good looking, and I like them to have some shape and muscle into them. And I was able to find that all the way from the beginning here till the end. So it's been really enjoyable for me, and just like I say, it was a great opportunity for me, and I'm blessed to know that my husband, the only reason I got this opportunity, because my husband thought he could multitask from Florida and Texas at the same time. When he accepted the opportunity to come and judge the show, he didn't realize that he had two of the most important meeting days within his company on top of the first couple days of this show. So the committee was kind enough and accepting enough to allow me to come in and fill in for Mark these first 2 days, and he's going to finish up for him here the rest of the week. But it was a great opportunity for me. I haven't had this chance to do the American cattle down here before, and I really, really have enjoyed it. So as we look at the individuals that are out here for your champion drive, I think you can appreciate the fact that all three of these are extremely high quality. I think they all bring a lot of attributes that any one of us would like to breed in any particular breed of cattle. I really like the calf. I think that one just has so much future ahead of her. When you look at how this one is designed at the ground and the bigness of foot that she has, the softness that she has, the depth of side, she just brings it all together, and I just think there's a ton of future in that one for sure. Young lady from the second class, we talked about how powerful this one and how this one just hit me from every three-dimensional package in terms of rib shape and design and muscle and heaviness of structure and construction, but Yell still does it, and she looks so maternal, I think, in how she does it. So this one gets around the ring extremely well. I mean, I'd like to see her maybe a notch more athletic off her rear too, and that she wants to drag her feet just a little bit. But yet at the same time, I think her joints work good. I think her angles are all good. I think she's just kind of laid back in the way she gets and moves around. But I think that one just represents so many things. I love to have a power cow that still looks maternal and is fun to look at. Young lady that wins the last class. Here's the one that's probably the most intriguing through her front 1/3. I think she's really long and clean from the point of her shoulder to the tip of her nose. I think this one too comes with a lot of dimension when you get around behind her. I think she gives up just a little bit of center body and rib shape compared to the heifer that was in the second class, but at the same time she's so intriguing from a look standpoint. I just really think she's a contender. All three of these are, and I could stand out here a long time and write stories for each one of them to win this particular division. but let's just go ahead and show all of them that we appreciate all the Gert exhibitors today. It's been really, really fun for me.
Let's give a round of applause for Deb Core for coming in and stepping in and really doing a magnificent job of sorting cattle over the last 2 days. Let's give her a round of applause.
Well, folks, how about a nice round of applause? Think you're going to be no time on draw number 2. Well, as we go to draw number 3, it's going to be Reagan Flanagan as soon as we get our hat. Draw 4, Stella Cook, and then Ava Yegi, be ready.
Congratulations to Madison Moran from Washington County 4-H. Moving into contention will be Brooke Funk from Santa Fe FFA. Junior Showmanship was judged by during the Santa Gertrudis show while exhibitors were in their respective classes. An anonymous judge has chosen exhibitor Kaysen Pledger as our Showmanship winner.
All right.
Kaysen will get a buckle that was donated by Miss Stephanie Knight from Double G Cattle Company. Thanks to all of our buckle sponsors this year.
24,637. Oh, we're going to drag in 2.
Kaysen Pledger is our reserve overall female in our Santa Gertrudis show. We also want to thank Alan Kaminsky, who's representing the Texas Farm Bureau and sponsoring the trophy today. We're certainly glad to partner with our Texas Farm Bureau friends.
Well, over here on our grade drive, just an awesome set of females. Been a great show. Lots of quality, lots of cattle. Tried to stick to the basics of cattle that are sound and get out and move and still have enough to them and still give us a look. I think this calf does that at a very high degree. I think just outpowered and dominated that calf division, and you get her back out here. I think she just fits in very nicely. Ever out of our second division, just a bulky made, big-bodied, broody, powerful female. You like her as you step in behind her. The dimension that she possesses is second to none out here in this lineup, and I think just a lot of good. Our big heifer here, man, just a young lady's a heck of a showman. She can put a stick on one and get their head up, pull them together, and this heifer just has that about her, that presence, and then her structure's right and her quality's good. So give these kids a big round of applause. I'm going to take one quick look and then get you a champion in reserve.
Well, going to add 5 to it for a barrel down. Going to be 22,092. 22,092. We'll have a drag now, TJ. All right, folks, so we're going to go down through 12.
As he's moving in for his final selection, let's give Mr. Cody Sankey a round of applause for working hard on the west side of the arena this morning. We really appreciate it. Out of your senior division, your champion, Great Brahman Heifer of Show, goes to Gracie Lambright of Angleton FFA. Moving into contention for reserve is entry 2186, Reese Thane. Over on the Great Brahman side, we also want to thank the Texas Farm Bureau and Mr. Alan Kaminsky for being here and supporting the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo year after year. And out of your calf division, entry number 85, Case Baca Bowling FFA. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your grand and reserve Gray Brahman heifers of show. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. We will have our Supreme Drive in 30 at noon. Our Supreme Drive is at noon. And we'll have showmanship results for the Gray Brahman show in just a moment, so keep your ears open.
J.R. Burns. In fourth with a 15.335 is Tex Walker, Ashton Payton. Fifth place with a 15.353, the hottest mission, Lindsay Reed. In sixth place with a 15.387, streaking and shaking, Wendy Klein. In seventh with a 15.471, Slicks Biancas Guy, Wendy Klein. In eighth place with a 15.473, Fortunate Fame, Jocelyn Ferguson. And ninth place in the senior with a 15.521, Me Flinging Diamonds, Emily Askew. Congratulations, everyone. Be sure to pick up your prizes at the table out there in the hallway by the gate. All right, everyone, welcome back as we're going to go down draws 6 through 12. 6 through 12, 10 and 11 in the draw are carryovers. Let's go to draw 6, Sophie Minsk now. LJL's Shade of Fame, number 173, Sophia Minsk. Shelly Kettenbrink, you're on deck, and then Gigi Dugas, be ready at draw 8. Folks, welcome back. We're going to go through the barrels. Then we'll take a 30-minute break following the barrel racing. Let's go, cowgirl. There we go. Good job on 3. We're going to be 16, 8, 30. 3 on the run. All right, we're going to go down draw 7. This is going to be Shaylee Kettenbrink out of Dixon, Texas. Going to be CCR, Little Miss Pratt, 221, draw 7. And then Gigi Dugas on deck. Kendall does Salima. Be ready. Going to be Kendall De Silva. You're going to be 3 away at draw 9. All right, cowgirl, come a hooking. 17-247 on the run. 17-247. Draw number 8 now. Going to be TF Frenchman's Burner, number 278. Here's Juju Dugas out of Spring, Texas. Kendall De Silva, you are on deck. And then Renly Nelson, be ready. Oh, come on, cowgirl. We made us a big wide turn on number 3. going to be 16,984. 16,984 for draw 8. Draw number 9 now, going to be 257, a rock with a Zippo. This is going to be Kendall De Silva. And then draw 12, Renly Nelson, be ready. We're going to drag in 2, drag in 2.
All right, attention in the barn. I want to announce our Gray Brahman Showmanship winners. In third place is entry number 1383, Gilberto Martinez. In second place, entry number 748, Kinsley Gandy. And in first place, entry number 831, Cannon Godot. Congratulations. These are your Gray Brahman Showmanship winners from the Texas Junior Brahman Association. Award the 3 showmen, and that is third place goes to Gilberto Martinez. Second place is Kinsley Gandy. And first place is Cannon Godot. Please come to the arena and get your prizes behind the stage.
1686, and draw 11 is a carryover from the senior. 16117. So we're going to go to draw 12. This is Poverty's Putt-Putt. Going to be Renly Nelson. We will drag after this run. 13 through 18, please. 13 through 18 on the next drag. Let's go to draw 12, Renly. Number 249. Oh, look at here. Come on. We got us a barrel racer. Folks, tough luck for the cowgirl. How about a round of applause? It's going to be drag time, TJ. Drag time. Going to be no time. Well, that was a heck of a time. Gosh darn it. All right, that's going to bring us. Draws 13, Meredith Robleski, Hannah Baker Paz, and then Riley Hook. We're going to go down through 18. All right, we are ready. It is going to be now 13, number 600. This is going to be Meredith Robleski. This chick's a warrior. Hannah Baker Paz, and then Riley Hook. Be ready. We're going to go down through 18. All right, good job, Cowgirl. Going to be 15-7, 33. 15-7, 33. That right now is going to go to number 1 in our 13 and under. Well, let's go do Hannah Paz on ROSU OPEP draw 14. Riley, you're on deck, and then Margaret Ryan, you're going to be 3 away. Oh, look out, folks. Tough luck here. How about a round of applause, everyone? It is going to be no time for the Cowgirl. Tough luck for Hannah. As we'll go to draw 15, it's MRC's Big Heat Wave and Riley Hook. Margaret Stanton, and then Sophia Minsk. Be ready. That's going to be 15-8-81. My goodness, that's going to go to second right now. How about you, Riley Hook? We got an 8-81 and an 8-86. All right, here is going to be Margaret Stanton and Kate in Fabulous Lady Luck 287. Draw 17. We're going to drag into. Whoa, good job standing the buggy. 15-3-0-0. Oh, look who is in town, folks. Margaret Stanton will be signing autographs this evening. 15-3 flat. Good job, Cowgirl. Let's go to draw 18. We will drag after this run. Sophia Minsk and Fabulous Sparkles. Now the next drag will take us through the 13 and under and into the 14-18. Right, we're going to have a 5-second penalty. Going to be drag time, TJ. 21-145. 21-145. We are going to drag. Now, folks, this drag will take us through the 13 and under and to the first 2 horses in the 14-18. The first 2. So Carson Daniels and Aubrey Wagner, you are going to be the first 2 on this drag. You will go on the drag. Yeah, we're dragging. All right, we are going to finish the 13 and under, and we're going to move into the 14 to 18. Going to be Susan Mantel, Bristol Penner, you're on deck, and then Shaylee Kettenbrink. We are ready. Let's go. Draw 19. Well, that is going to be a +5 for that run, Cowgirl. 22 and 396. 22. 396, including a nickel for a barrel. As we will go to draw 21 now. Going to be number 277, Rock on Ralph, owned by Deidre Leal, owned by Bristol Penner. Shelly Kettenbrink, you're going to be on deck. And 3 away. Now, after the next 2, we're going to hold up for just a moment to get the judges' cards signed, and we're going to move into the 14 to 18 with Carson and Aubrey. This is 277 Bristol. Pinner, Rock on Ralph. Come a hookin'. Going to be 16-0-1-2. All right, we're going to go to, as soon as we get our hat, we're going to go to draw 22. Now, this is going to be the final horse. Folks, the last horse, 23, was a carryover. So this is the last horse to run in our 13 and under. This is going to be KM Shining Gold Par, number 162, Shayla Kettenbrink. Right, Cowgirl, that's going to be 18-0-94. Now, judges, draw 23. The last horse, 599, was a no time from the carryover senior. So give us a moment, and we'll get our judges' cards, and then we're going to go to the 14 to 18. Now, as of right now, draw 1, Carson Daniel, and draw 2, Aubrey Wagner, are not here. All right, everybody, here we go. I'll read those placings on a drag. We showed 21 in that class. All right, first Draw 1 in the 14 to 18. Call 1, Carson Daniels. Call 2. Second call, Carson Daniels. Third call. We're going to scratch. Draw 1, 1201 judges. Draw 2, 267 Aubrey Wagner. Call 1, Aubrey Wagner. Call 2. Second call, third call. We're going to scratch 267 Aubrey Wagner. Etta Zip to Fame. Let's go to draw 3 and 4. So we're going to go to 3 and 4. We're going to drag in 2. TJ in 2. Let's go to Tristan Dury. Streak and Laka Corona, number 240. Maggie McCarthy. We're going to be on this drag 3 and 4. Now, folks, the next drag is going to be, there's a lot of carryovers. So it's going to go down all the way to 12. All the way to 12. Hey, come on. Well, we're going to be nickel added on here. 5 going to be 21, 176, 21, 176, including 5. We're going to get a draw 4. It is Catch Fly Cat, Maggie McCarthy, number 217. Then it'll be draw 6, 7, 9, 12, and 16. Now listen, next
Mic
drag
check.
will go from 6.
All right, I am passing the microphone to my good
16,
friend
folks.
Todd Kirchhoff as we get ready to start our Supreme Champion Drive for the American-influenced heifers here at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Todd?
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for sitting with us the last couple of days. We want to give a big thanks to our judges. But before we get started with the incredible, exciting drive, I want to introduce Miss Julie Bass, the head mission officer for the Chief mission officer for the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, with a few announcements. Miss Bass?
6 carryovers in this drive.
Yes, sir.
So it's
Thank you
gonna
so
go
much
from
for that
draw 6
introduction. If I
to
have your
16.
attention for just a few minutes, we wanted to acknowledge some
6,
folks that are here with us
9,
today. First and foremost, if I could have you give a round of applause
6,
to everybody
7, 9,
that you've
12,
seen
and
on this
16.
stage working, these interns
So
in the
16,
arena.
Riley, you're gonna
All
be on
of
the
these
next drive.
people
Then
are
we're gonna
here
go-
because they care
Well,
about
I'm
this
gonna tell you.
industry and your kids. And we wanted to give a big thank you to all of you today. Before
right,
we get
here are your
moving on here,
46.
though, I did want to thank our donors here. Texas Farm Bureau is here, and we have Alan Kaminsky with us today. He's on the board, and he'll be here presenting awards. As well as United Airlines.
in
They'll
your
also be
13
providing
and
vouchers to
under,
these
we
winners
showed
here today.
21,
So
first place
before we
with a
get going, though, I
15
would
class.
also like to acknowledge our
Congratulations to
judges
Margaret
today,
Stanton,
Mr. Cody Sankey. Thank you for what
and
you've done.
fabulous lady
And then also Deb Court.
Second place
Since
with a
this is your last day with us, we wanted to
15,
present
733.
you with
Is
a
gonna be
jacket
District
today
Award,
and
Meredith
give a special thank you
Zabreski.
for the time that you've
Placing
taken in your
third with a
comments.
15,581.
Here presenting that award
With
is
a
Carl Haynes. He's the director of our livestock shows.
15,881. MRC Big Heat Wave. Riley
Thank you
Hook,
so much for your time.
fourth with a 15,
With that, I'm going to
886.
let you guys
Ready,
move
Big
on
Wave?
to
Jordan
your
Lovell.
presentation.
Thank you,
In
Julie.
fifth place, 16,
All right, here we go.
012.
Our
Ralph
champion
Ralph
beef
was the winner.
master is exhibited by Lane
Sixth
Hagan,
place with a
who is
16,
14, and parents
117,
are
genuine
Reinhardt
Starbuck.
and
Chloe
Kristen Hagan from
Gillardo.
Yoakum, Texas, a
In
member of the
seventh,
Lavaca
number
County 4-H.
16,
Ellis Jazz is the
694.
animal's
Seventh
name, and
is
Lane
Habitat
enjoys
for
showing
Zeus,
heifers,
Sutton.
playing
Placing
baseball,
eighth.
hunting, fishing,
16,
wants to get a
833,
degree in ag
LJL,
business, and plans to
Shade of
own
Sophia
a
Minson.
cattle sale barn, and
ninth
wants
place
to
in the
go
13 and
to
under.
Texas A&M
16,
University.
984.
Warren, our
Yeah,
reserve
Frenchman's
grand champion beef master, is
showing 21.
exhibited by Miss Riley Denman, age 12. Parents, Mackenzie and Joey Smith from Naples, Texas. A member of the Pewitt FFA. We've got Remy on the halter. She enjoys showing FFA, softball, basketball, volleyball. Her future plans are to continue showing throughout her junior and high school years and starting her own Beefmaster herd. If she had to choose right now, she would like to attend Stephen F. Austin University to pursue a degree in ag business. Let's give this young lady a round of applause.
Our grand champion Brangus heifer is exhibited by Eris Basie, who is 14.
All right, folks,
Parents are
now,
Clinton
here we go. Now,
Pam
draw
from
5
Florence,
was a
Texas, and a member
carryover out
of the
senior
Williamson County 4-H.
16
Eris enjoys showing cattle and being with friends and family, wants to keep growing as a showman and be more involved in the Brangus breed while pursuing a degree at Texas A&M University.
And our reserve champion Brangus exhibitor is Kaylin Hine, 16 years old. Parents Brandon and Stephanie Hine, and members of from Patson, Texas, member of Royal FFA. Has KHM Miss Freaky Girl 915 on the halter. She enjoys spending time with family and friends and showing livestock. Plans to major in agriculture and leadership development and to continue raising Brangus cattle with her parents. Wants to attend Texas A&M University.
Our grand champion Red Brangus is exhibited by Kinley Kirk, who is 14. Parents are Shane and Melissa Kirk of Brahman, Texas. Kinley's a member of the Robertson County 4-H and has Keisha at the halter. Kinley enjoys showing cattle, playing softball, cheerleading, and being with her family and friends. Kinley plans to attend Texas A&M University to pursue a dream in nursing.
And our reserve Red Brangus exhibitor is going to be Lillian Godby, 16 years old. Parents are John and Brandy Godby from Bonham, Texas, a member of the Bonham FFA. Has Ruby, a.k.a. Rachel, on the halter. Her interests are sports medicine, athletic training, is the vice president of the Bonham FFA, and is like mentoring youth programs. She plans to study kinesiology and athletic training, also physical therapy. Once she receives her degree, she plans on working at a school or college with the athletes doing physical therapy. She plans on attending Grayson County Community College, getting her basics completed, and moving on to a major university to finish her degree.
Thank you, Tard. Next up is our champion Gray Brahman, who's named Lisa Marie and exhibited by Gracie Lambert. Gracie's parents are Kathy Lambert and Babe Scott of Angleton, Texas, and Gracie is a member of the Angleton FFA. Gracie enjoys raising Brahman cattle and will be attending Sam Houston University for a degree in ag communications, and work for the Brahman Journal is her goal.
That is a 16-41.
Warren, and on our reserve Gray Brahman side, I've got Case Baca, age 13 years old. Parents Michael and Crystal Baca from Wharton, is a member of the Bowling FFA. Has 242 Big Mama on the halter. Her interests are showing heifers and playing sports. Wants to go to college and be an ag teacher, and would like to attend the historic Sam Houston State University.
Thanks, Todd. Our champion Red Brahman is exhibited by the 17-year-old Kylie Klump, whose mom is Dana Carter from East Bernard, Texas. Kylie is a member of the East Bernard FFA and has Viola at the halter. Kylie enjoys showing cattle, working with her grandpa on the ranch, and participating in the FFA. Kylie plans to major in animal science with an emphasis in genetics to hopefully become an embryologist, as well as to continue showing and running their ranch. Kylie wants to go to Texas A&M University.
Over here on our reserve side, our reserve Red Brahman is exhibited by Miss Aubrey Ellis, 17 years old. Parents are Matt and Charity Ellis from Henderson, a member of Russ County 4-H. Has Triple E, Miss Maya, 114 on the halter. Enjoys raising and showing Brahman cattle and enjoys working at Chick-fil-A. I bet it's your pleasure. Has plans after graduating from Stephen F. Halston, returning to the Triple E and running an embryo program. Warren?
Next up is our champion Santa Gertrudis, exhibited by Madison Moran, who is 17. Parents are David and Chrissy Moran of Brenham, Texas. Madison is a member of the Washington County 4-H, enjoys showing Santa Gertrudis cattle, being involved in 4-H, and a member of the Texas 4-H Council and Texas Youth Livestock Ambassador Program. Madison plans on majoring in animal science and then going to medical school at Texas A&M University to be a pediatrician.
Over here on our reserve side, we've got our reserve champion Santa Gertrudis, exhibited by Miss Kaysen Pledger, 14 years old. Mom and Dad, Stacy and April Pledger. From Timpson, Texas, a member of the Timpson FFA, has Wonder on the halter, enjoys showing cows, plans to attend a college here in Texas, and is favoring TSU or UT.
Our champion Simbra is exhibited by Miranda Skaggs, who is 18. Her parents are Chris and Misty Skaggs of Bryan, Texas. Miranda is a member of the Brazos County 4-H and has Hagen's legacy on the halter. Miranda enjoys showing cattle and barrows, judging livestock, playing golf, and spending time with friends. Miranda's plans are to attend Texas A&M University as an animal science major this fall, and then attend law school to become an agricultural lawyer.
Over here, our reserve Simrods, exhibited by Miss Leah Schmidt, 16 years old. Parents are Kenny and Amy Schmidt from Mount Pleasant, Texas. Is a member of the Chapel Hill Northeast FFA chapter. Has TKFCC Trixie on the halter this afternoon. Her interests include showing cattle, livestock judging, and photography. She'd like to eventually attend college at Texas A&M University with the possibility of pursuing a career in animal science.
And our last is our ARB champion, Jennifer Mask, who is 15. Parents are Joe and Julie Mask of Franklin, Texas. Jennifer is a member of the Franklin FFA and has Chanel at halter. Jennifer enjoys showing cattle and livestock judging. Jennifer would like to major in ag communications and pursue a degree in agricultural marketing at Texas A&M University.
And our final animal on the reserve side is our reserve ARB champion, exhibited by Miss Clave Horner, age 10. Parents are Colby and Caitlin Horner from Tuscola, Texas. A member of the Taylor County 4-H, has Sweetie on the halter, and she enjoys showing, softball, 4-H, cooking, speaking, and sewing. Plans to attend Texas A&M University, major in animal science, and become a large animal vet. Ladies and gentlemen, give all of these young people a big round of applause.
All right, folks, going to be draws 18 to 22. Now, we will take a lunch break. 30-minute break after the barrels, folks. We are getting close. All right, Haley Walker. Now, draw 17 was a carryover. Draw 17 is a carryover, 15, 684. This is going to be draw 18, Festus Poco Doc. Haley Walker, Kendall and Roberts, and Nellie Hargrave. Be ready. We're ready. That's going to be 15-5-31. Haley Walker, 15. 5 and 31. Well, our camera crew, good job. Going both of our cameras for all of our fans on the World Wide Web at RodeoHouston.com. Now, folks, we are live streaming around the world. So just so you know, if you got parents, grandparents at home, our camera crew, you're doing an awesome job. Hey, looky here. Come on. Kendallin Roberts on a Sophisticat. Yeah, come on, Kendallin. Let's get it on. Nelly. Yeah. Hey. We got a metallic cat. 15,643. Wow. 15,6 and 43. Oh, sophisticat. Here's going to be Nellie Hargrave on Dash and Q. Draw 20. Camilla LeBlanc, you're on deck. And then Roy Vickery, you're going to be 3 away. Draw 20. Oh, thank you. And it's going to be Nellie Hargrave. All right, let's go to draw 21. We're going to drag in 2. That's a 15,838. Camilla LeBlanc now going to be strutting honors money here, number 245. Roy Victor, you're going to drag in 2. Drag in 2. Be plus 5 here. That's a 22 and 270. 22, 2 and 70, including 5 as we're going to draw 22. T.O. drunk driving. Going to be Roy Vickery now out of Santa Fe. We will drag. After the drag, it'll be draws 23 through 28. 23 to 28. Be ready. Oh, going to be 16,170. Drag time. 16,170. Well, folks, draws 23 through 28. 23 to 28 will be on our next drag. We have about 4 more drags, and we'll take a 30-minute break after the barrels. All right, again, everyone, we are getting right on through the barrels now.
Well, what an event here in the American Breed Show, and get to wrap up here today. And certainly an honor and a pleasure to be a part of this. The cattle speak for themselves. Deb and I were talking about, we're pretty proud of what we put out here in the ring. We thought they matched up well. The cattle are good from one end to the other. Is an even better set of kids out here that worked hard through all this. Growing up, showing cattle, I have a strong appreciation for the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, an event I've been coming to for many years. You hear on my bio we're Angus family, but what it didn't say is that we've had Brangus for quite some time, and probably one of the first ever national champions I ever exhibited was in the old Astro Hall. In 1995, international champion Brangus female, had the opportunity to do that, and been coming to Houston and just loved it. The hospitality is excellent. The cattle are always good. It's a show that's second to none, and you all certainly to be commended on that. And it's just truly an honor to be here. I'm not going to talk too much longer. I got to, I'll be here all week. I'm going to let Deb get her words in, but we're pretty consistent. We like two heifers. They surface up in our mind. We've rolled them around back and forth. But, folks, truly an honor and a pleasure. Give these kids a big round of applause out here for a job well done on their hard work.
Out of Brahman, Texas, Scalabator.
Cody expressed, the wonderful thing about Houston, and there's a magic down here, and Mark and I have made that comment many times that we've had the opportunity to judge a lot of places, but there's a magic down here at Houston. It begins with those folks right up there in that block, the atmosphere they create for you, the opportunity they create for you, the blood, sweat, and tears they give up for you. So please... just never take that for granted. Never take that for granted. But the magic comes also from the youth that you have here in Texas. They're a special breed. It's you can work through a show like this, and I can honestly say I never saw an expression of what I call attitude. If a young person didn't place where they thought they should have, I saw expressions of joy and enthusiasm, and that's great. I'll take that all day long. But your young people are professional. You've brought them up right. They're polite. For that, whoever's behind that should be rewarded. So, like I say, Cody and I were in general agreement. I am really proud of these cattle. As I said, this is my first opportunity to judge this many American cattle, and I really, really enjoyed it. And so to come up with this set of cattle here at the end, I'm really proud of that. And I know Cody approaches it the same way. And we've got a lot of friends who sort a lot of shows. And believe me, regardless of what you hear, most of the people that are willing to set themselves out here in the middle of the ring, they are here for all the right reasons. They are here to give you their honest evaluation and opinion. Remember, this is subjective. It is not objective. And so all they asked us to do was to come down here and share our opinions about these cattle. I think Cody and I have done that to the best of our ability, to the best of our ethical abilities, and this is the result that you have gotten from that. So, like I say, it's an honor. Just one last thought I'm just going to throw out there. This is going to sound a little odd when it first comes out, but I'm going to encourage you all, young people and adults, learn to be a taker. Take the time to appreciate those people that are around you, whether that's mom and dad or whether it's your ag teacher or whether it's these folks, whoever it is. Take the time to do that. Take the time to find somebody to look up to, somebody that can take you to the next level. Find that person that inspires you. And that requires watching and listening and sorting. because
get to
not
about
everybody's a
29
good
now, here's gonna be
influence,
our
but
horse we
find
will
those
drag
people that
after
are a
this run.
positive
Biloxi
influence
Schultz.
for you.
Gonna be
Take
back number
that time.
201 now.
And then
CTR
most
Sun and
importantly,
Sea.
take the time to enjoy the
31,
moment.
Kendall Kane, be ready.
This, my folks,
Scott
is a
Rutherford.
moment. It's a big one, but it is not the only one. I hope you took the time to enjoy the moments in that pickup as you were driving down the road, the moments that you guys get to sit in line just to unload, the moments of
Gonna
everything
add
that happened in the
drag
barn to
time,
get
21,
here.
8
So I
and
encourage you to become a taker,
13.
the
Drag
taker of
time,
the right
21,
things, the
8
things that
and
are
13
important. Because
in
believe me, they
35.
go
Now,
by
folks, draw
so fast
30.
you can't even imagine
Draw
it.
30 is a carryover.
So
Out
again,
of the
thank you for the
senior,
opportunity,
15,
Cody.
521.
Thank you. I've enjoyed
So this
immensely
next
working
drag
with
is gonna go
you.
from
I'll enjoy watching you and
31
Mark
to
finish out the show.
37.
Let's give all these exhibitors a
31
round
to
of applause.
37 the next
We'll find
drag.
you some champion females.
Congratulations, our all other breed influence, American breed influence champion is Beefmaster Lane Hagan. Congratulations to Lane. Riley Denman is coming in for contention. Here you go, Todd.
A big thank you to the Texas Farm Bureau, Mr. Alan Kaminsky, for being here to give the trophy and for their sponsorship. And your reserve champion goes to, Supreme Champion goes to Miss Miranda Skaggs, entry 2017. Congratulations, exhibitors. Thank you to everybody who was a part of this great show. Warren?
Well, that concludes our show for today. We will pick back up in this arena on Friday, and we'll start with our English and exotic breeds on Friday. Everybody have a good night. Enjoy the rodeo. I believe the tickets are still available. Again, we want to thank our judges. We want to thank our superintendents, our interns, our volunteers, our livestock committee, all the people in front of, behind the scenes that made this show successful. Y'all had a good evening. God bless.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, now listen up. We're going to go down through 37 on this drag. Folks, we've only got about 7 horses to run. We've got 7 horses to run, and we'll take a 30-minute break. Well, let's go to draw 31. Now, draw 30 is a carryover out of the senior, 15-521. Kendall Kane, you're up at 31. Skylar Rutherford and Jocelyn Ferguson. We're going to go 31, 32, 34, 36, 37. We are ready. Draw 31. Kendall, number 639.
Here's the mic.
Now I found something. I'm like,
Well, folks, tough luck here. It is going to be no time for the cowgirl at 31, Miss Kendall. Let's go to draw 32. It's going to be Skylar Rutherford. This is I'm a Smart Safari Dude. Then we're going to go to 34, Jocelyn Ferguson. And then 36, Jordan, be ready. Oh, there you go. 15,565. Good run, Skylar Rutherford. 15,565. All right, first call for draw 33. 296, Carson Daniel. Second call, Carson. Third call, we will scratch draw 33, number 296, Eddie's Dash. So we're going to go to draw 34, Jocelyn Ferguson. On Classy Traffic Gal. This is going to be next to go. Jordan Elizabeth, you're going to be on deck. And then Nellie, be ready. And another one, that's going to be a 16,302 for Jocelyn Ferguson out of Bartlett, Texas. All right, going to be first call for draw 35, Madeline Voltisac. Second call, Madeline, draw 35. Third call, we will scratch. Draw 35, number 180, Genuine Nixter. Scratching 35. We're going to drag in two. All right, this is going to be 273, Jordan Elizabeth Ferguson. Fame to Disco out of Bartlett. 37, Nellie on deck. 273, draw 36. We are ready. Jordan? Well, that's going to be plus 10 on that run. We had two of them down. Going to be 26,501. 26,501, Jordan, with 10 in penalties. All right, we're going to draw 37, and then we will drag. Now, after the drag, we have two horses, Dakota Kyle and Waverly Mills. Oh, 15,539. Looky here, drag time, 15,539. That is Nellie Hargrave, Relly Bucks. Well, if it was mine, it would be all the time. All right, everybody. Now we have two horses to go in the barrels. And we are going to take a 30-minute pause for the cause. Well, Georgie Bouchard is in the house. George Bouchard, not even listening to me. All right, everybody, we have 2 to go now. Let's get it off 38. It's going to be number 258. Miss Me Pepe Marlena. Going to be Dakota Kyle out of Richmond. And then Waverly Mills at 40. Oh, come on, cowgirl. Going to be 16,178. 16,178. All right. Well, draw 39, going to be first call, 244, Kaylin Hargraves. Second call, Kaylin. Third call, judges, we're going to scratch 39, number 244, Zach's Cat-tacular. Let's go to draw 40 now. Going to be Hot Jazzy Lou. That is the horse. Waverly Mills, the cowgirl, number 159. Folks, this will be your final horse. In the barrels, we will scratch the last horse as well. All right, Waverly. Oh, nice turn on 2 right there. And 3, Waverly Mills, get it on, come on. 15,762. Good run, Waverly. 15,762. First call, Aubrey Wagner. Draw 41. Second call, Aubrey. Third call, we are going to scratch draw 41, 266 judges. Folks, we are going to be right back here at 1:15. We will start with our junior pole bending. Sarah Morton, Jacqueline Garcia, and Roy Vickery at 1:15. Everybody, 1:15. All right, everyone, showing 33. Showing 33 in our 14 to 18. First place going to be number 297, Smart as a Bug in the Rug, Carson Daniels. Second, number 614, Me Fling and Diamonds, Emily Askew. In third is 164, Festus Poco Dude, Haley Walker. Placing fourth is 644, Rarely Bucks and Nellie Hargrave. In fifth place, number 286, I'm a Smart Safari Dude, Skylar Rutherford. Sixth place, number 194, Sophisticat, Kendallin Roberts. In seventh is going to be 268, Firewater to Flame, Grace Edelston. In eighth is number 212, Pepper Sailing Doll, Kylie Veter. And ninth is number 197, the Peppernick Gold Mine, and Briley Brown. Again, 115, everyone.